Going to the first question for yourself. Can we go through the agenda for the day and adopt it? And we will take our time.
Oh, dial *785# to make your NIN zero line. Please do this for each of your MTN lines. To check your NIN, dial *346#. Thank you.
Okay, I guess we've all gone through it. Can somebody please move the motion? You have to have any correction and that, okay, that's already made please. Can somebody move the motion for the adoption of the minutes? Okay. My prospect, I, Richard Agadulawan, move the motion for the adoption of the minutes of the last club assembly. So thank you, my past president, Daniel. I, what's there? Victor Oblaye. Move second the motion for the adoption of the last minutes. Thank you, my IPP. Only six of us are missing a Peter for today. Yes, I can feel it myself. I want to call on my mentor, Roger, available for please step forward. I want to call on Rotary Mabel to please step forward as well. Nice, Richard. The lady in red. Please step forward, please.
Just away from the battle, it will not find, when, and with everything, the cultural, I'm looking for it, I very want to be good, but.
Side. But that Wednesday for the Rotarians guest. Oh, no guest. The honor and privilege to decorate this wonderful, beautiful lady in red from the side. Although my own line of work, when you do it from the side, it does not get the pass mark. But before, close the part of it. All right. However, that's how the person wants it, so let us do justice to. It's my honor to this. Thanks so much for this one. Thank you very much, please. Thank you very much. We will go to item number 4. Martha arrived for the minutes. Martha arrived for the last minutes. We'll start with the information. Okay, at this point, I'm happy to remove the color rights and give it to the president. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, dear Rotarians, dear distinguished golden Rotarians. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, dear distinguished Rotarians. Finally, response. Thank you very much. I'm really sorry I come very late today. There was definitely due to circumstances beyond my control, but I'm glad that I'm here, and I'm looking forward to another beautiful weekend ahead, good health, and I'm glad that to see all these beautiful faces here. So thank you very much. So where exactly are we? Matters arising. Just a minute, Maran. Just a minute, please. Just give me a minute, please. Okay, so we are going through matters arising from the last meetings. And you take it for assembly resolution. And we are now on nomination for the President's nominee designates. President's nominee designates. Can we emphasize that the criteria and markings? Okay, don't give me a minute, please.
No, I want to observe on that.
Okay.
Yeah. I understand. Hold on, President, what I'm sure to find out and
as I posted to show you exactly where we got into. So we don't need to go back. What we should do is please the calculation that was after when we came in. And we have to take that observation so that because here today is not a meeting, today was the legislative. Thank you. President. So okay.
kí ni ìwà àjọ percentage yẹn lórí Okay, thank you very much, dear members. So, we have played the nomination and there was going to be an observation. Is that an observation? Please, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Balogun, you're okay. When something is wrong, let us go to the out. We will take me. We don't get to down with our Rotary.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good times, Faruko. I'm really sorry if I upset you. You know I love you very, very much. I love you very, very, very much. In fact, I want to come and give a big hug there. But my organs were saying that my past presidents were saying that to sit down. But can you feel my hug? Can you feel my hug? Okay, please, ma'am, please let us take your observations, please. Thank you very much. Microphone, please, microphone.
The charter president has done everything. And there's something I want to add. Correct me, KG, president. Start the meeting and somebody is wearing the collar. Can you be taken off? I'm just asking.
Yes, sir, you want to help to answer my question, sir? We live by law. Yes, sir. I'm not sure, and sometimes in law, if there are no precedents to that, so we don't have anything in our books to say can happen or it can happen. Some clubs, they are what's it called? I mean, what they have abandoned is that look, immediately the president is not around, so no person takes over. If it is 10 o'clock, president takes over and there's nothing to be like a cause to change it over. That's that's how they have said they want to go to themselves. But however, I'm not sure that if your superior comes or the way you meeting with comes, you will give that. I don't say anything about it. In my opinion, I'm not saying that. That's the opinion of the house. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think it's okay. So,
there is no hard and fast rule about what happened. But even in this club, there have been so many occasions where the incumbents will come late and they will take over. Even though personally, it's not something I enjoy. If you are the executive that's supposed to be on that high table, once we come late, we are not supposed to go there, not sit on the floor. And that's something personal that we have been admitting and accommodating such. So let's just take heed that if you know you are presiding, please make every effort to be there on time. So there's no hard and fast rule.
We're not God.
And that's what I'm saying now.
Hold up, it will be anything.
Yeah, that's why I said there is no hard and fast rule. And here, severally, we have seen an incumbent coming late and switching and taking over. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, very much.
Thank you very much. Even though that the established leaders that the book amendment myself did not specifically say the right. Why feel alternatively? Since president did not start, we have been want to recognize okay, the president has arrived then we hear from him and why. Of course, we deserve to know why he came late. Then having presented it, we still suggest or remove the motion that transfer the color is transferred to you. I think that's even if there's no proof, that's what we regard as respect for people and people giving respect and members. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. That's been noted. So let's move on. So there's no issue with the PhD nomination. So let's move on to members' demands. The House agreed that the care committee should if we have done it and the charter amendment not to it, we don't really need to go over all this. It's waste of time. You know, in any way, we have done it that this should have been shared to us earlier. We've done to page 1, page 2, and page 3. We don't need to relate it all ourselves. Thank you very much for that. I just did that before. Let me just give another accession to what he said. I believe that the vice president should have given reasons why you were late in the very first instance. They are giving that reason, you don't need to come and then we now give a pass on motion or something like that. You know, that's thank you for that, sir. Thank you for that. So let's go straight to business of the day. So the deputy vice president presented an overview of plan. Okay. So I welcome Ajay, our very distinguished club trainer. You are welcome this morning. Our own the very distinguished secretary of the Council of Arts Presidents. You know, welcome. Let's go to the business of the day. The people presented an overview of planned projects aligned with monthly things. So, any comments on that? Yes.
Yeah. That's what is the status of our staff project. We are 6 months into the road here. Can we have the status of our staff projects? I think.
So, well, I think all the issues regarding projects will be people to take our all of them together. So I don't need to be standing and sitting down.
What's really happened, you take matters arising as they come, one after the other, according to.
Yes, in closing them down so that just to save time. Thank you, sir. The PhD will have been requested an update on the STAR project. Of course, that's right there. Let me explain that it's based on the first class and repeated in others actions already to junction. Then Vivian advised that the club must distinguish clearly between choice based and programs. And that ideas after the approval of it be ratified as the club assembly. What's your So, under the business of the review of service projects, all of those items will be taken by the VP. I just want us to run through this so that we can then move on to the agenda. Financials, financial statements, our treasurer is here, so our treasurer will give us an update report on that. And then the Humanity House, the head of the committee is here. So hopefully we will get an update report on that. AOP was noted that meeting attendance remains poor and so we need to talk about our attendance. The investor reports. We need to review the investor reports at this club assembly meeting. Our president-elect is here, so I'm sure she'll be able to talk us through that report. No. So I think that ends the minutes of the meeting. I think all the matters there have been more or less looked at. The project chair will speak on the area projects. Treasurer will speak on the area of finances, and then we'll hear from about the Humanity House. But there's an observation here on PND, the paragraph on PND. This one. Veteran President, Veterans. I wouldn't have made this submission. Except for the fact that because most meetings are come heavy, but when I'm told with the timing spent out by our line, I moved to other businesses. So I left here heavy after spending like 1.5 hours. And I was just asking Rotary and I need to do, was that aspect taken care of after I've left? And he said no. And that's why we must take care of it. And what happened? And again, it's not in the agenda. I've looked through the agenda. And that's why we must take care of it before we move ahead. And matter is that we said we're going to discuss and have it in our legislation when there's a statutory meeting, particularly meetings that has to do with statutory, club assembly statutory, investiture is statutory. that we must not go forward, have the absence of we're going to order on it in meeting. So we have to take care of it under the regulation because that was where that instance happened. So that we take care of it, that's part of our legislation, and we move ahead. Okay, so no observation.
Forwarding to this second paragraph or second page of the minutes of the last meeting. I believe the purpose of this, the resolution of the last assembly were written in. I have 3 points I want to make there. The first one, which is second post, says that Representative Adani repeated that all minutes and vote resolution should be posted on strictly voting platform. The last assembly that we had was in August. We have a meeting in September, we have in October, we have in November. Up to this moment, the resolutions of those vote meeting will not posted on the strictly voting platform. The motion was moved here and was seconded. The progress. The motion mandating all parameters and the market scale be published on the platform was moved by Representative Adide, seconded by Representative Mercy George Igapi. The parameters election came out last month, and those parameters were not put on the platform. Yes, we concluded in the last assembly that it should be call for a response. Also, I think before to the last of the same page, Ali Azam, the vote on the complex construction to conduct of the first that at the ground level, neither of the platform, if the committee of such was posted. The purpose of this that will need to work to work.
Thank you very much for your observations. The secretary has noted the points that he made. The prefect committee has also noted that that observation. So they will do the needful. Please. No, accept
Calm down, President. My own I noted that the board that in the fourth platform of the board platform, on the absence of president and the vice president was raised, and it was immediately placed on that agenda. I'm surprised why it's not on this agenda now. So I don't know which one to give that explanation. Then secondly, so that should be placed as vice president of like, for subsequent occurrence, we must, this is an assembly, we have to take that decision for future presidents and vice, or people that are taking the rising positions in this club. That is one. Secondly, this issue of the fact that when we take a decision at board, at assembly, that should be placed on strictly voting platform. I don't know why it's so difficult. I do not know why it's so that so reminding ourselves. Are we having anything secret in that meeting that is prompting us not to play this? So this is an assembly, we must hammer it today, that subsequently, any board meeting, the resolution must be paid. I know, I don't want to say it was last done when, but I know when it was last done. But please, going forward, I think little things like this should not be playing with it. Our club has gone far and all these little things. Please, thank you. So let it be on the resolution of what we are discussing today, so that going forward, whether it is the president or it is secretary that will go for that responsible, we must take that into account. Once the board meeting and we get to it.
Thank you very much.
Madam President, fellow Rotarians, I actually, I raised up my hand because that, what Dr. Ajani said was not that. I we still make the same mistake.
Hello, please, one house, please, one house. One house.
Question Dr. Ajani said was not directed to you, my president, but the someone that is saddled with the responsibility. So she needs to answer the question why she erred, and if whatever, give reasons, and then go further. Oh, it will not happen again. But for you to say it out, it is noted. That's not. I don't think that's right, in my opinion. The second one is that is about the what our AG said. There are a lot of other factors and other things that happen during this election. And so I was one that advised the secretary that if you don't put it like the vice president and the president was on account, that's not the whole thing we want you to discuss about the election. There are a lot of other issues. I have issues about the election, and it's not centered on the vice president or the president. So election issues, let's figure it out. So that's why I think it was good that the secretary agreed to that.
Thank you for bringing that to charity. Thank you very much. So, why I made the statement is not because my secretary cannot respond, but I think first and foremost, what we want is for it to be done, not for an excuse to be given. 1, 2, I think the box stops on my table, and I wanted to take responsibility for anything that any of my board members have not been able to do.
I bet you said no tech.
Thank you so much. My statement was, hello sir. My statement was, I'm just expatiating because obviously my response was not adequate enough, but I'm just expatiating on my thought process, because the issue is that it needs to be done. That's my takeaway. Please, Mr. President, this is the club assembly, and we learn one of the things we should take away from this club assembly is this, Mr. President. The spirit of a normal meeting, normal fellowship, entirely from the spirit and procedure of a legislative meeting. In a legislative meeting, noted are not taking. They want to know what happened. This is where we ask questions. This is where we want to know what happened. That's why your treasurer is here.
If one cover is missing, what happened? If something is supposed to be done and it was not done, what happened? So the spirits are different. So in the course of people making their submission, please let us invite that. The spirit here today is legislative. If any of us have been to the legislative council at our level, you understand? This is legislative. No ceremony, but to say the way they are and record straight. Thank you. Thank you very much. Can I just ask us to, use a calmer tone and just relax? Can we please? We are not here to, I'm sorry. Okay. So I believe that in our place of work, we have enough stress that takes us through the day. When we come together on the platform like Rotary, I think we are here to work together to impact the community and to, and to be a good network amongst ourselves. So it's in that spirit that I was making that statement. I don't think we should compare ourselves to House of Assembly or those places where you and I know what happens there is not necessarily very gentlemanly. We are completely different. We are here donating our resources, our time, our energy for the good of humanity. We are not on a salary. So we'll go straight to the agenda of today. Business of today. Yes, sir. Yes.
Will respond to
What the China president said, what was the response to that? Not really that. Thank you.
Yes, my response, I already corrected, already made the response. What he said was taking us back to the comment I made, which I corrected. I think Which I know that had mentioned that, and you had mentioned that saying no tech is not enough, and I had expatiated and explained what I meant. And then he woke up and spoke about the no tech. That's my point that I already explained before we stood up to talk about it. That's you. So thank you so much. But you called me president. So I'm just taking responsibility. So when I'm president, we choose not to take that. So let's move on to the business of the day. So let's start with the next chair, our own vice president. So I can take us on those items, and then we'll move on to our president nominee. To take us on the financials. Thank you very much. My representative, federal representative of Paris. Quickly. I want to start with the staff meeting for this virtual year. I'm supposed to pay the still about ICT for the United States, 402. I'm very again. We paid a visit to the location 2 weeks ago. Okay, first of all, we're going to now. Should not be the visit to the location. We're informed that the council has retired. So we have to start the process all over again. That the new one should bring a letter, which we took there. Last week, I was there myself. We identified the location, I said earlier, but the madam said we cannot commence work for personal reasons till the end of this year. So we are from January, we'll start work. The project will be located on the first floor of the building for security purposes is decked, and already we have organized for everywhere in the building. Also, we'll be able to scale down the number of computer you want to donate to 50. Because it was talking about 100 is not realistic based on what we have in our budget. The committee had a meeting and we all resolved that we will scale down everything we want to do for this year. Based on that, we agreed to make it 50 units and every other thing stands the way it is. The treasurer will give detail on how much we have presently or what we want to use that is available for us to use. On the second one, which is that the donation of books on the Indian students on Mapoko Liberman area, Yamba. We are working with the chairman of, not the chairman, the House of Rep member, is a very close friend of mine. His name is Larry Oshon. He has agreed to partner with us on that project. And the way we are looking at it, we might end up not spending any time on it, or we are spending any money on that project, it's only a minute amount. We want to donate a 30-seater boat to those children in the school there. Also, we are waiting for approval for the third project, which is the public toilet around Berger from the Density Authority. We are discussing with the Lagos Public Works. The general manager promised to help us get the approval, but we are not there yet. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our Vice President and Chair Project Committee. Any comments on that or move on to the treasurer? Comments. Thank you.
Thank you, my reserve president. Thank you, my chair. My comments on that would be, we have an estimated start time for this project. You know, when we intend to start. I'm not sure if you mentioned it. Or January or
My president, good morning once again. My question is directed to the service project chair. Can we have the project for the year on the platform and as addressing the area of focus in Rotary? Because one thing I know is that all the projects for the Rotary year must capture all the area of focus for that year. So let's have it like that. Let us have it posted that okay, this ITT covers basic education and whatever, then all other projects like that. And let us each one start marking from now, which one have we actually done, which one have we achieved. So that's what I want us to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, that was that had been rejected in the past and also be brought back and shared again so that we will all remind ourselves. I'm sure you recall the blueprint documents, you know, that have been shared, you know, at the beginning of the year. So we will share it again today so that we can all follow, you know, what we have people that also traffic, make sure you cover areas. Thank you very much.
That's Mr. President, I have a concern as regards our projects. One, for our staff projects, it's like we are not making any headway. And even for the two others mentioned by the project chair, it's still pending. I think we need to actually, fast track some of these things, because 6 months ago, like I said, and by April, what are we going to be doing? So if after 6 months we have not started serious work, we should be concluding by January, not starting. That's that. Two, we have one of us here, and I think that I don't know whether you have adopted that project. That's the collaboration with MGI. Yes, we can actually, that's messy. The vice chair. So, because I know that the president has given a lot of support using his place, that is collaboration. All that needed to be done for us to adopt that project is maybe come up with what's it called? A flyer like this, and then put in collaboration with Rotary Club of Omode Gold. And I see some of our members even contributing to support that. That's collaboration. And Rotary encourages us to do a lot of collaboration. So if you have other people that are in a similar situation, international collaboration, as long as it aligns with the focus of Rotary International. So we have to look at that going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we can move on to the treasurer's reports now. Treasurer, please.
Thank you, my president. Good morning, my president. Good morning, council, past president, and fellow distinguished occasions.
Observation.
Thank you, my president, past president. I think I just want shown that we're discussing financial. I said to protect so that we can see it. Because if we're reading it, or we're all focused on our phone, it'd be nice for us to see all those figures. That's my own observation. I don't know if you have it that we can speak.
It's a current project.
Okay, thank you for your observation. I'm sure that if there no technical difficulties, I'm sure Bushram Bewari is going to be working very hard to make sure that he can put it up on the board. But let that not delay us from going ahead the discussion. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, my president. I think that's why I shared the updated version of the report, and so that we can I'll just try as much as possible to be as fast as possible and to highlight the most important items as much as possible. Right. So I think in the last rotary here we agreed at one of the board meetings that we should be accumulating the income that we either from donation or what we do specifically for individual members. And if you look at what we have as of the income as of November 30th, we have 81.7 million. And I want to just point out. Yeah, so I will need to share some more. I know we've had, if you look toward the end, I think on the third page, we have the breakdown of the income. We have the investment income, we have income from the annual June. We also have some specific donation from members who toward the project. We have one from my United for Good President. We have one from BG Apelogun. So all those figures and money were also accounted for because they passed through our club account. And that's why we are having that specific to about 81.7 million. So it's possible that by the end of the year, by the end of the Rotary year, we have more higher number in regards to that. So if you need if you want clarification, you can go down to like third page. We'll see the breakdown of those specific income. All right, so I will continue. So we also have the also a bit, so like we have the income breakdown, we also have the expenditure breakdown. And under the expenditure breakdown is what we have in. Can you hear me, please? Okay. So under the expenditure breakdown, we also have what we have been carrying over from July of this year, from investigational expenses to from our project expenses, and that's where we have. And when we try to mop up the expenditure, because that's what we have tried to do in the last 3 Rotary years, in the sense that when we make our payment to RI, to the district, and to regard to area, we also categorize them as part of what's going out, what's in leaving the cost. Because when members are paying, they are paying directly into our account, as counted as income. So if you go to also towards the third page, we have breakdown of each of those specific items, our investor item, our and because there are some questions from members regard to how we have expended our regard to the project. So we have done two things about the project. We've tried to highlight how much have we spent so far. And as of when we're preparing this one, we have spent about 8 points. Sorry, let me just be sure so I can be exactly sure. We should have spent around so we spent about 185,000 so far, but that's exclude so we spent 8.185,000 so far regard to the project expenses. Please, also very important to note that this excludes the specific amount that was spent during the for the last before the end of last week, where we were spending around almost 2 million regard to another project that was carried out by project committee with the youth with the youth committee, and that will bring our project expense to around 10.1 million. But that's not included in this. And it's very important that, because just to clarify to members, we also have breakdown of the project expenses as we have captured so far. We have the project maternity kits, which is for 1 million, and that 1 million was donated specifically by our United for Good President kits and people, where we expended 740,000. We have under the basic education in this project, where we have also expended 1.3 million plus. We also have the electricity project initiative, where the specific amount that was also donated by PAG. We also captured the 112,000 the Rotarian Against Malaria, where we the first it was divided into three. The first one, the first category, the first phase. Yes, thank you for the first phase was captured at 112,000. We've done the second, which is going to be included in the breakdown for December. And we also expect that we're going to have the third phase between. So we have two additional projects that is not captured as of today. Concerning, I also want to clarify regard to annual due, right? So as regards to annual due, we've received 29.4 million from members, and out of this figure, part of it has been paid for area, part of it has also been paid for district due. And if you look down, you will see the breakdown of what was paid to RI and what was also paid for area and what was also paid for district due. The area is paid once, we paid area once in a month, so we have done 4 times. And I think if you look at what we have also paid out for area for the last 4 months, for every member that has paid for it, that have paid 360,000 for the last 4 months, we have actually remitted their area up to date. And so far we paid so far we paid 8,485,300 naira. And the last rotary year, the total number of, in terms of percentage of members who did area was about 71%. And so far in the last 4 months, we've done 61% of members who have actually paid for area. And I expect that by the end of the rotary year, we should be able to surpass 71% of what we did last year. So concerning the annual due, we have about 24 members out of the 135 members that we had so far that have not paid annual due. They stand election at the end of December. Hopefully, we have some members who have also made commitment that they are going to pay before. So 7.4 million. Treasury bill, I regard seeking fund. Seeking fund. Yeah, so it accumulated. So I think I'll probably in the next report bring down a breakdown of how much we have been paying. Because what we agreed in the last assembly that when we get interest, we should use to purchase additional treasury bills. We have done that already. Another interest was added to the seeking fund account, I think about 248,000 thereabout. And then the last few weeks, we added 150,000 to it. So we have about 448,000 currently sitting in the sinking fund account. So hopefully, we expect that that fund will also be used to buy additional treasury bills before the end of December. And the president has also made mandate that every month, as much as possible, we want to hit the 1.2 mark in regards to addition to the sinking fund. So the total so far, we had all the figures together regard to sinking fund. If you had it would be what we have in the account would be 7.8 million 804,417,000. Okay, I just want also to lay emphasis on the Humanity House, because on the also at the last assembly we were asked to also buy treasury bills with what we have in the accounts, and I think we also did about 2.4 million with the treasury. We used 2.4 million what we have in the Humanity House account to buy additional treasury bills. Currently, so immediately we buy 2.4. I think 248,000 was paid as the interest amount into the Humanity House, and that 248,000 is sitting in the if we had the 2.4 plus 2.4 million plus 248,000, we should have about 264 million. I would have to. I will check. I can't give you. But we have the letters. So yeah. Yeah, about the 200. About 200. So we decided to reduce. I decided to reduce the financial information to at least 3 to 4 pages, so that it's easy for us to read. But we have the comprehensive one. I can also share at the end of this during this meeting, so that we can see the letters that we have from the bank, which shows the percentage, the number of gains, and the amount. The amount that was also put into the sinking fund account. And lastly, I just want to touch on the SCA. All right, so if you look at page 2, we have the breakdown. So we have the breakdown for what we have received for regard to SCA, because that's also very significant for us as a crop. We received for the last 4 months, we have 10,091,708,000. This also needs to be emphasized. This excludes the amount that we're yet to receive from members. Hopefully, maybe when we do the consultation with the SCA, we might have more addition to that figure. We see about 2.3 million there, about 2 pennies from members who are yet to pay up the SCA. Probably we had that, we will probably be reaching about 12 to 13 days. My president, I would like to end my submission at this point, subject to any other questions.
Thank you very much. Our MCA, I think you've done a very good job. Thank you for that analysis. I've been able to articulate it in such a short time. I think that shows your dexterity. We are very proud to have you. Thank you so much. And I'm very proud of the board. And we look forward to continue to serve, with the very best that we can. Thank you very much. Let's move on to the next item. Okay, any comments on the financials?
That's a very brilliant report. My comments is tied to the accounts as well as projects. So I looked through, I see we have about 10 million of project accounts. Just confirm, 10 million as the closing balance as of November 30th.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so my question tying to projects is, I know we are doing about 50 units. My VP, we are doing about 50 units. To know what the budget is to achieve that 50 units. So that we'll know if we need to do more fund drive. Otherwise, if the fund is just there and we don't know what it is, all our resources just going to support district activity. So just to get an idea, what's the budget to achieve those 50 units? We know we have about 10 million, so it means that we can start. Is it 20 million? Is it 15 million? So that we can kick off. Just like the PhD said, we really don't have time anymore. It's imperative that we start our own project and then commission it not later than maybe April of this year. So that's my observation.
Okay, I'll let the project chair respond.
Basically, we have a budget of 22 million by 2024.
For the 50 computers.
Of observation. Right.
The 50 computers.
The president, I just want to ask this question. Those, why, we know things in our, it's not about project. But to people, we have areas of service. Before I come into expressing or talking about the humanity, I just want this that involves me. These are staff projects. Can we, in few words, tell us what it's meant to achieve? And what basically will it achieve? And what basically will it not achieve? We need that figure, and from what that we have, and we are going to go along the lines of for money to get that done. Where we are to serve humanity, and we have one humanity that is our own. So what are we even doing? What is it meant to be? And what are we doing? So maybe you can answer that along the line.
Thank you very much. I would take that one, but that's more of the push out of the end. So the STAR project, like we have already presented, at various opportunities, is supposed to impact on education and literacy for the cluster of schools at that District 1. So there are a couple of about 5 or 6 schools that are in the cluster around that Dairy Farms area. And one of the schools includes a school for the disabled. So we are planning to do an ICT lab that those schools can use together. It will be under the district, managed by the district, maintained by the district, and then the schools will just be able to have a schedule of who to use it or which day. We had an ambitious 250 computers so that at least 250 students can use a computer at the same time. However, because of the realities that we have, we need to start somewhere and hopefully be able to scale it up as time goes. So the important is that it will help to impact literacy and education in the children. And in this day and age, ICT awareness and ICT literacy is very, 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 very key. And apart from the equipment, we also intend to put solar powered inverters so that the problem of electricity will not be a deterrent. So those are the things that we want to try and do. And I think it will make a very big impact. Of course, some of the computers will also be those for those ones that some people can use. So maybe 5-10% of what we buy will be specially designed computers that can be used by some people. So that itself is another very important box of inclusivity. And so that is. Thank you very much. So, okay, our DJ has a comment.
Thank you, Rotarian President. Fellow Rotarians, I want to ensure that what our record is showing that is that we made about 80 million or something on installation.
No, sir.
How much?
No, on this.
That passed through the account.
Yes, sir.
Okay, how much was the income and expenditure on installation?
Just a minute. Let me see what I can.
P is going to talk about that. Okay, it's coming up later. Okay, sorry, please, let's wait a minute.
So thank you very much. I'll just say that. So let's move on to matters arising from the last election. I think we should take it along with online voting, because I think online voting was a matter that also arose in that time. So let's take those two together. Comments, please.
Madam President, fellow Rotarians, I think the Council of Past Presidents needs to apologize on the 12th, of which I am part and member. The reason being that last elections, I know that for me as a person, I was disenfranchised.
One house, please. One house, please.
I made comments. One of the reasons why I came today is because of this matter. I made comments about this on our council platform. I expected that the council should take a position and advise the law and public. The council did not, in my own opinion, because let me finish, sir. Let me finish. If I make the observation, please let me finish. Let me finish. I'll make the observation when I finish. The council did not, or the position the council took was very wrong in itself. That's why when we got to that place, I made sure that we took pictures of the RI representative, in that place, showing that, do you know what the implication of what we're doing is that tomorrow, if the district comes up with a plan, or we have a situation that will clash with our club. How did it show when they said we're going to have a conference in Port Harcourt? A lot of us, just because of the allied president that is in Nigeria, the second we have in about how many years, and we felt that, look, we needed to celebrate with him. So it was a point of relationship we have. I've been the head of this man twice. So I owe it as a sense of responsibility that I should be there with him. You understand? Recognizing that part position. So we went there, and I was disenfranchised to vote in the club. And that's why we're saying that nothing is casted in stone in this life. If the district, but you know what the implication? The implication is that in the year of our DGA, if we now have a function to do, and then he says that we will tell him too, then that look, we take exception to that because it is not a district, it's not an allied function, that it is we have liberty to choose whichever one. I found at that position. Because, and that's why we're even saying, we said, let us discuss this at length. Whoa. It is not my problem because I ventured into taking a position to go to Port Harcourt. Look, last year I missed the elections, so it's not a problem about missing elections or whatever. For my own purpose, it doesn't really affect anything. However, in this time, I wish to vote and I was disenfranchised. That is my position at this time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your comments. Haja, please.
My president, thank you very much. I'm just, I don't know the word to use for a fellow. I don't know the word.
Anyone is
Just
appropriate.
hold on.
Anyone is appropriate.
In the first instance, I'm surprised that you would bring a council matter to this place.
Because it affects the public.
Please
You have,
now.
when it affects the house, that's why
Now,
it's not.
don't allow me to speak. You are bringing a council matter to the assembly, for the assembly to.
There's still another council member that will bring to the house.
Now we caution this gentleman. Like children, we sit down beside him.
That's why I'm saying what I'm saying. I don't, so are you saying, sorry, but are you saying because the candidate is sitting there by my side, I'm coming to order that this is the club assembly, and I'm free to say what I want to say. What order is because me? Are you saying that what I'm saying wrong? Is that what you're saying?
One house, please. One house, please. One house, please. One house, please. Excuse me. Very clear that club assembly is not normal meeting. So all these issues or not come
Sam is not here, sir.
what you were speaking when I was, so I want us to be on the same page, please. You can't leave that something.
Fundamental. President Fellow today, while it is correct and right to voice your opinion, it is equally correct and right not to interject when somebody is on the floor. So I think it's to signify that you want to talk and you will be called accordingly. You do not have to interject, otherwise the whole house will be loud and not. So while I am with you, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Well, like I was saying, well, if that's my own opinion, that whatever it is that we have on that platform of asking for president, if he chooses to bring it up openly and accept the West Road, I'm only saying that should have been charged over there. But if that has not been charged and he wants to trash there, it's good. Let it be trashed there. Then secondly, on the matter of online voting, I think it's a matter of a bylaw. It is a matter, it's not about putting sentiments into whether you have gone to US or you have gone to Port Harcourt to go and do it. It's a matter of a bylaw. If we need to change that, that is the reason why it's on this list of agenda. That we need to allow an online voting or anywhere. But we cannot bring that up now and say that it's a franchise. When it's a matter of a bylaw that there will be any online voting until it is otherwise decided. If you want that, you can do that at this meeting now.
I give, please, let us, but before we speak, let us listen to ourselves. I think what Ojagbemi was saying is that these are the reasons why this matter should be tabled. He's just explaining that this how we built, and therefore it's happy that it's brought to the table. So that's my understanding.
And that is not what and that is going to say himself. He's saying that he's expecting an apology, or he's expecting the fact that was his franchise. And what I'm saying is there's no need for anybody that did not vote at that moment to say that it's a franchise, because it's a bylaw matter. We're not supposed to bring that up until it is decided otherwise.
Excuse me.
Because it is in the bylaw that you cannot vote when you are not physically around.
Thank you so much. I'm just trying to think, but I'm just trying not to throw the baby out of the bath. I'm just trying to positive, make you feel bad.
One house now, how many can go now? Cycles.
Excuse me. One minute. Okay, let's take then I'll come to the couple. One house. Oh, what's that? I will take the after and then I will take the council chair.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry about that.
Thank you, my president.
One house, please.
Thank you, my president. At the last board meeting, I brought up the issue of allowing online voting. I don't know what transpired elsewhere, but personally, as a member of Omoli Golden, if I choose to be outside the country, I pay my dues. I join online. And when it's now time to vote, you are telling me that I am not relevant, I'm not important, I'm disenfranchised because I'm not physically present. I think this have to take a decision today and move a motion to amend that part of the bylaw, because we allow them to join online. We take their money, they support everything that those of us that are physically present do. Why would we disenfranchise them? Things have gone beyond what used to be in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ. Let's change things and move forward so that everyone, those in diaspora, can feel that they are part of this things, and not just because we want their money.
Thank you. Yeah, Richard, quickly before we take the council chair. Council chair, Emma Binu.
My president, fellow, let me pass.
Hello, one house.
I want to start by saying, my president, you were not around last week during the election, and I raised a point concerning the election last week, and I'm going to start from there because I wouldn't want you to look at Sibani. You were not around and say something. I said, this is my first time of saying this for conducting the election
without the president or the vice president or the IPP was not to say three of you. I have done this job for, I think, over 18 years now. All these leaders said I have served under them. And I know the way they prioritize this job during their tenure. And I really want us to sort this out today, because when we try to make any comments on the floor, a situation like this, always like, okay, we cancel our president, we sort it out, we don't talk. Because members don't talk. Members don't talk. So we leave everything for the Council of Party President to sort out. And things are becoming something, because I was not expecting what happened last week, because I know we have a council that can advise the president that you cannot leave on the day of the election. And if you are going to leave on the day of the election, your people should be around to stand for you. That is number one. Number two, concerning the online voting, I have represented this law on so many times during the election time, and I was denied voting online. Maybe available. Well, if we are going to rectify that, I think the club assembly should decide that. Because it was decided that nobody will be allowed to vote online. We all decided together in this law. And we are going to change that. We are going to change collectively during club assembly like that. So for PhD available to be saying we went there because the incoming president he knew that that was the agreement of that before now. And it is not up to the Council of Presidents to change it when the House is all there. We all have to agree together. So this is an assembly, and we can decide on that today. Then the president, you see all know that explanation, not even an apology. Explanation why you were not on seat last week, because last week, or is it 2 weeks now, or 2 weeks ago, because I think the club comes first before any other thing, and you are the president. See, all the past presidents, none of them did that during their tenure. So they are telling you there's no problem, they are lying. Because some of them, yes, none of them did that. They prioritize this club. This club when they were leaders. So I don't know why you were not advised that what happened 2 weeks ago. So maybe it's time we stop leaving everything.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I think.
Oh,
Madam President, let it be said and known that what I'm saying has nothing to do with personality, it has nothing to do with whatever. I'm talking about procedural. You know, I have no issues with persons. And I deliberately brought out that scenario to prove a point. So when I don't know why today is making reference to what I said. I made the point. I'm on the you have it. I made my own point. And you know why? Because I know that the next point that we're going to make is on online voting. I'm giving a scenario whereby that in life there will be reasons that there will be clashes of events going forward. And so we must be prepared to know that this will happen. And then we're in the age that we must respect technology. You understand? So I know for sure. I'm not, and I said it right on time, that it is not about, let me be sincere. President actually, if you want to get something, okay, the council will change that people for the council will represent us in that matter. Thank you so much.
Our President House, and President President, we are very happy to have this. And distinguished council members.
One down, yeah, go. No council members, ẹ jẹ́ agbọ́rọ̀.
I don't know if I will keep apologizing to the house on behalf of I must say as a person, I'm extremely disappointed at your unruly conduct of it. Whether or not the council took a wrong decision, it's a matter of opinion, your own opinion.
Yeah, sure. And
But every council member here knows that we deliberated on that issue for over a week. Some people have to remind me that we needed to advise the president on time so that he would know what to do. Eventually, we took a position, and the position we took is what our bylaw says at the moment. That's what we told the president to do. Whether we are right or wrong, it's a matter of individual opinion. We cannot be right all the time. We cannot be wrong all the time as well. So, available, I'll beg you in the name of God. Sometimes, I know you are big. Sometimes exercise restraints and take road when you do your things. A lot is expected from you. Maybe we are not doing a good job at the council. We will continue to polish him and carve out the things. Yes. We will continue to polish you and carve out the things that we need to carve out so that we can have a better reform that we're looking. Now, concerning this issue of online voting, you see, nobody was targeted for disenfranchisement. We have a history. We have history of abuses of different things we did at the time. That somebody will not vote until your president was put in the bylaw for a reason. If we have grown beyond that, and we can now accommodate voting virtually, we can adopt that today and make it part of our process. But that anybody was targeted before now, when I was president of this club, I was absent for about 3-4 months. Right? I was absent, yes, but for a reason that, I mean, it was inexcusable. It was beyond me. And the club held on, election was held in my absence. And I did everything. I was talking to, I mean, telecom was not half as good as what we have now. You understand? So if it is desirable that we amend that portion of our bylaw, we do it today. Yes. Not that it was put there for a wrong reason. We have reasons for doing it. And if you want, I can tell you why. So we're very particular that, so we can put your hand down. I think it's a good thing. As to what we will do that very well, and we'll definitely do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, our Council of President Chair. I think on this matter, let's put the motion. Let's put the motion.
No. It was on my name. I do not appreciate it. I do not like it. It's not funny to me at all. We are friends. We remain friends. But this matter is my opinion. I have a right to my opinion. You may not like it. I don't know about that, but that's my opinion. And I know on this matter, I was asking precisely almost every morning, what is our position? Our position was let's wake up. The president is on that platform. The president is not a council member. We did not categorically say this is what should happen. You cannot blame the president. Let's even put it to praise. You cannot blame the president that he went for something. We said that can we postpone the elections? Look, let me tell you, there are reasons why this thing can happen. We can all agree, and that's why I love what you can't leave. Excuse me. We can all agree on the position. There is nothing casted in stone. We are the ones that are making the law. We are the ones who can call for an emergency meeting and say, because of such situations, we want to take this position. There's nothing wrong about that. And then you are calling me and you do not appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Our dear Road that we had a debate on our council platform.
It was not exclusive.
Listen, and the preponderance of opinion was that we should proceed as to take it by the bylaws. It doesn't have to be how to work.
I never said it should be.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. What do I have all have this?
Okay, our president of the Rotarian.
Are you going to, are you moving the motion?
No, I will move motion, but I want to make a comment on what Council Chair, President Apolipo. Now, what happened?
What house, please?
What really happened at council level since it's been brought here was that there were individual, and I recall that I mentioned, I posted that the chairman should admit our opinion and come up with final decision. That was not done. Based on majority view, I have no problems with that. But what is expected was for people, based on my advice, aggregate the opinion from every individual and say, in view of the majority view, we will probably have to proceed. I think that is what AG available is worried about. Anyway, let's put that. Now, we had a reason for something physical because we only get to see some on the day of election in 1 year. And that's why we said we are not there physically. With online voting, I have no objection. We can proceed. But there must be a caveat which can call a form of attendance, a minimum of 40% of it. If you are online, wherever you are, why can't you attend that at least 50%? So attendance should be attached to that condition before you can vote or be voted for. That's the proposal I am moving to the players of the house. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I know, one house, please. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Hello, one house, please. Thank you for drawing my attention. I also saw okay, 1 minute, please. Please, let us time ourselves.
According to Rotary International policy on flexible and hybrid membership, there was legislation that actually granted of. I'm not particularly very encouraged with what is happening this morning. And everybody has an opinion and it has to be heard. However, based on I'll drop it to the group as well. Yes, there were issues. We have to bear in mind that we have online members in this club. This club is a very distributed club. We have people in Canada, we have people in the UK. We have people that are members of this club that we take dues from. So if we have made policies a while ago, and it needs to be changed because we have members that are not able to vote by virtue of their location. It is pertinent that we review that. But the lady that came as an independent member last week, she said she never enjoyed the online member attendance of our club meeting. And that needs to be revisited. If you're a member of the club and you are joining online, there are certain things that RI has listed here. Number one, inclusivity. In what we do, how inclusive are we? Then number two, we have to online.
Please, all what we can, when this was not the point that. What you are saying is not anything new. And if I'm trying to I'm trying to find. Please, let us make.
My next question, because when I stayed there with the what I call event, I asked, can't we shift the election? My question now is this: is that election day, was it casted on stone that they could not shift it? It make any sense to carry on with the election when we do that? So many of our members were traveling.
Thank you very much. Now, hello,
Thank you.
hello, hello.
Don't attend any quick.
That's all. I'll the motion. I'd like to go to the motion. You are ready to do the motion.
I'm not ready to the motion. I want to say something else.
Hello. Oh my goodness. Good afternoon. You know the comments that she made now was really not necessary. You don't know. So you know, but you know that the Bible is my law. And that condition is my law. And it has been mentioned that condition is my law. And that now we have a opportunity to change it. So I'm saying again, let us.
Okay, thank you for allowing me to speak. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, my president. So mine is more like, I want to speak on behalf of the people that are relatively new. So that,
There's a motion on ground. And what is going to, if I own a certain knowledge, I find a counter motion, so go around the circle. There's only motion on ground.
Excuse me, please. Let me. Excuse me. Make your comments very quick, please. Make your comments.
okay, so my comment is this: for information purposes and education, it's important for us to know that the Council of Past Presidents is not a governing body. They are an advisory body. And then the club assembly is where we can actually take decisions, right? That's my understanding. So I wanted to ensure that that's correct, that stands correct. Because it appears that some of us do not know that. I'm hearing comments that in the place that we do not know that. So I just thought I should bring that forward for us. They are an advisory body, not a governing body. The club assembly is where things are made. And then the second level of governance is the club meeting. I just want to clarify that. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, so program overlapping.
Immediately after my submission concerning clarification, I said that people can actually vote online for their diaspora members or any members that are not physically present, with the caveat that you must have 50% attendance. That is the motion on the floor. And obviously, you want to
Everybody is there. everybody clear? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Ayọ̀dé Samuel, SPA. Hereby that members can vote online as long as they meet up with 50% attendance requirement and they are a financial standing, when we say good standing, essentially it relates to financial. So I hereby motion.
The counter motion.
This one on time. And when the tester Afasi was talking, yes, explain something. That those people who included that solution in the bylaw are present as a now, if there is need for us to know amendments, you will go.
I know. That is counter motion. The counter motion.
The counter motion.
The counter motion.
The counter motion.
My president, thank you for this opportunity. I want to support that motion that says, I'm supporting this motion that says 50 at the attainment of 50% attendance, and after fulfilling all what the Constitution says in our bylaw, that those people in diaspora and those that are not present at the physical election day can vote online. Thank you.
So the secondary motion. So the next is for the vote. The motion has been put on ground.
It's voting now.
It's 50% now. Forbearance. Madam President. Madam President, fellow lieutenants, are we together? Hello? Hello? We have just dealt with the main issue, and that should give us some relief. We don't have to now exert unnecessary energy on the other associated issues that will make the main issue we have sorted out make sense. We, as we are all seated here, we know that we have not done online voting before. We have now approved that we have made provision for that. That has happened, is on record. The minute must have captured it as at now. There is no counter motion. The next issues which we may not necessarily have to deal with here are, what are the modalities? Am I going to stay in my house and send a text message and say I'm voting for Roger Sato, or I'm going to fill a Google form, or I'm going to, whatever means I'm going to do that, or at my end that I'm voting, at the end of those who will receive my entry and account for it, how do we ensure that Roger who is an IT guru will not receive instead of Ajia? Those ones are the little things we need to deal with. I will suggest that we leave that to the president to set up a committee to report to us and recommend to us. Because those ones will have opportunity to sit down, think out with all the ideas, use best practices in other places, and then we can then know that we are set to implement this in a way that will not have any. Let's go to other items on this agenda. We have done well on this matter.
Thank you very much, my teacher. So that motion stands taken and approved by the House. So at the minutes we'll capture it accordingly. So henceforth, the online voting will be approved. It's now allowed. It's now in our bylaw. Subject. Make that kind of statement. So I was looking down and I looked up who said no, and nobody answered. I wanted to know who
and why.
Okay. Okay. No, it has been nobody. Reflected. Thank you very much. Thank you for that. Thank you. So the next chair of the electoral committee is Guturan Hassan. And so it's now before us on here to begin to work now.
The current one is still existing.
Thank you. There's a bit of clarity. So the current chair of the electoral committee, which we are Jimmy Ajibola, will work out the modalities of that before they hand over to the next chair of the electoral committee. Thank you very much. So let's move on to the next item, which is the Humanity House. One by one, please.
Second leg. Have a second leg.
There's a second leg. Where's the microphone?
I'm beside you here now.
One by one, please.
My president, there are two issues to this election matter. The second one is also that we have for the first time, the president decides the IPP not being around during the election. That sounds absurd. Sorry.
Okay, that's the second leg. Right. So,
Talk about that.
let's move on to that, or you, their comments first. Their comments first. Their comments first. That has been said severally on the platform, in the meeting.
I want to say that,
One down.
maybe somebody has to move the motion, but I want to say, I think we carry that. The action that was, that action will not be repeated again. And then, in order to forestall that, we need to include that in our bylaw. That for all the constitutional duties of all of us, those things that bind us together with the bylaw and constitution, meetings that are sacrosanct to this flogging before the teeth. The key officers should at no point in time not be available. So we will need to draft it in a way that it will reflect that going forward. We know we can't flog you, we can't beat you.
This is about me or about you?
Mr. President, it was say it like that.
Okay.
It is about you, the do not forgive president and your vice president and your IDP. The most important aspect of this law, and really not to go to Port Harcourt, that is also important, but not as important as tying our own club. Because if an election is coming up that we produce our leaders, and you fail to be around, it is dying our club. So it's about you, sir.
Before we come to the stars, go to an medical position, and then, yes.
Thank you very much, my president. So still on that issue, you know, Ajide said something the other time about prioritizing the club meeting and, you know, putting it forward all the past presidents, how they prioritize Omole Golden at this, you know, at their club. First of all, I remember that day, I was genuinely shocked when I saw his picture in president picture in Port Harcourt, and I was like, then later on I saw also Moses' picture. And because I was sick that morning, I couldn't come. But I said, Moses was around. Taking votes. And one person president like, oh, you know, prioritizing the club. That's available for that, and then you take the next slide. You forget what? You will show us towards that. Oh, even though you wanted to be a project, you still made the club meeting. For me, it's like not counting our club body or like saying, what the before the end of the world. I personally.
For your points. But please let us hello, one house, please. One house, please. I'm not stopping anybody from speaking, but let us be constructive in our speaking. You know, it's not enough to say a demonstration. Let's say things that help us to move forward. Please. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you, my president. Before I let me first appreciate our founding father for the process you have laid in place for us, and I must be sincere with what happened that day, like every other person have said. A lot of people came here and they were so disappointed with what they meant. But let's appreciate our leader, like I said. I know there are so many clubs that once some people pass the position of president, you hardly see their leaders. attend their meeting. What if our past presidents were not available that day? And we have people apart from Moses, we still have more than, some other people that were here for election and still find their way to the Port Harcourt. So that is the essence, that has to show how long or genuinely those people have our club at hand. So I think not just for this present president in power, but to let a good president for the people that is coming. I think it is very, very important. Like I just said, yes, we are not able to flog, but I think we have to put a strict private sanction in place for the constitution, for the people that are coming, what they can follow. At least if this kind of event happen in future, what will be the sanction for the government that is coming in? I think it's very, very important. If we really plan the futures of our club.
I think, we want to look at hand of things. Mama. One house. Hello.
Sorry, my president. All protocols will be observed. Council of Past President. Observation here. Yes, I know they are trying to hire out a lot of people, but I think we should also focus on moving forward. I think there's a major issue here that we need to solve. And we'll keep reoccurring. We would always have a clash of programs or an overlap of programs and our club as a whole. So as much as the Council of Past Presidents has an opinion or a solution, I think we also have to reach a communication gap. Maybe at the club level, we can be told that this is the resolution, and at the club level, giving a voice or an idea of how or where the club most of the members represent. We might need to know this is the position of the club, and this is the decision that the club has taken. How many of us are attending this? How many of us are attending that? And then our president would have told us, I might not be around here, my vice president will be standing in for me, and then we'll be able to manage our expectations. And I think we're not here to criticize our president either. We're only here to tell him that we need him to show us more, that he cares, and that he has plans to always be present for our activities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was very, very well articulated. And I took hello, one house. Hello. I took a point, a very important point from what you said, that apart that I should have also communicated to the club, because as Rotarian was saying, there were communications done at the background. But it is important that I should have also communicated to the club, so that the club will have been able to manage the expectations. So the shock of arriving that day and not seeing too many people could have been avoided. That is very, very important. I didn't see it that way. And for that, I really, really apologize. I really apologize. Trust me. Because I'm feeling hello, one house. I had apologized. No, it's okay. Hello, one house. Hello, one house, please. I had explained and apologized for that. And I thank you for articulating like that. You see, we all have different skills. And even though she started by saying Because she started, yet her point was very, has hit me more than anything else I've ever. So, so so, we can have to get rid of that. Thank you. Sorry, the chicken had said one of the things. I just had to call them for 11 respectfully.
Sorry, fellow chairman, my president, thank you for the opportunity to speak at this time. The president has tendered this apology. I am always sensitive to what approach we can apply to reduce that will help us to move forward and not waste further time. I think that should take care of that. And going forward, now before we talk about going forward, we need to put some records straight, which will also take us to the path to going forward. Somebody spoke about the fact that in the future, there will be times that we may be confused about what takes priority over another with respect to programs and activities of the district or at Rotary International level and our own club programs. Are we together? The first thing to note is that our weekly meeting as a Rotary Club is regular, is sacrosanct, and is not supposed to be postponed. I'm not even talking of election. I'm not the one saying it. It's the bylaws and the constitution. It's Rotary's standard. We are not supposed to postpone the club's meeting, not even election, which is even more important than an ordinary meeting, except if we had taken a decision and that decision will be premised on the following facts. One, that meeting will be cancelled in order to give room for this club to fulfill its obligation as a member of Rotary International. All clubs are members of Rotary International, just like we are members of this club. Now, what are those obligations? One of them will be in order for members of this club to attend the Rotary International Convention, which is a gathering of all Rotarians provided for in the MOP that everybody knows about. The second part of it is the district conference, which is at the same level with the RI convention. And that's why you see that you will never see a district conference anywhere in the world clashing with the Rotary International Convention. So when it is district conference, we are all expected to be at the district. The best that can happen is that a club can decide to hold their meeting over there, like we have done many times. In the history of this club, the only time we have ever cancelled a club meeting because of RI convention, even as important as it is, was this last one in Calgary. I stand to be corrected. Past presidents are here. And why did that happen? Because we realized that not less than 30 to 35 members of this club will be in Calgary. The second issue is that out of those 30 to 35, we will have more than 30% of them who we didn't consider and come to yes. We did online. Yes. I'm just the reminder. Yes. I'm going to speak on that. So, what did we do? We ensured that what happened in Calgary, we had people at home being part of it. What happened at home, those who were in Calgary were part of it, even as important as RI convention is. Now, let's now go to the main issue. Why I will not blame the president as much as I will. The reason why I will say that he has not done well is between him and him. I'm not going to talk about it here. Now, the All Nigeria Rotary Convention is, as we speak today, not a Rotary International program. I stand to be corrected. You can go and find out. I have said this in personal discussions and in group discussions. Now, the one in Port Harcourt was not something that was essentially packaged to celebrate the RI president. No. That was third edition of that program. The first one was in Abuja, which will interest you that even the RI president-elect arrived at that program on Friday. Those two were there and contradictory. So we will always proceed rightly if we are following the correct information. You understand? So I was not there. EGN for 9112 was not there. Bukola Bakare, district government elect, made up her mind to actually go on actually that the RI president was and that was why she was saying that she was not going to change her plan again. That is how to gauge whether that program was important enough for us to be contemplating shifting a club meeting, not to even talk about election. On a final note, it will interest you to know that that election that we held 2 weeks ago was about the best attended election that we ever had. Over 40 members of this board were here. But our members spoke about her thinking that we should have postponed while so many members were going. I whispered to Dide because I didn't want to talk without fact. How many of you were at Parago? There were 6 of them. So what that tells us, I'm saying this so that we can understand how we will find ourselves in where we should be in the future. What that tells us is that the information of the fact that we put across are not actually exactly how they are. Anytime, any day, members of this board can have us to go elsewhere, but whatever is important at the sacrosanct that is meant for us to achieve as a board, wherever we are, we should just be praying and be contributing our quota to ensure that happens. So I believe that what I've said will take care of anytime in the future, like Rotary and Rotary said, there are parameters for us to change our meeting, to postpone our meeting. And on the final note, if you are postponing your meeting, you have to inform the district and also inform other Rotarians, because they may want to come and fellowship with you, and then they come and find out that they are not compliant. Those are the procedures. So thank you, Mr. President, for the apology. Thank you to every member who has spoken on this matter. I believe that we will all forge ahead and our club will be better for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's 11 a.m. That's you. And after the kitchen has spoken, is it necessary? Because there are several things there.
Okay, so President, for that appeasement to be well acknowledged, accepted to the gods. Every one of us, now President, please, I want to make a request that you provide, humbly, you provide 2 cans of palm wine. Yes, sir.
Please, last comment, please, then we'll move on.
My president. My president. Yeah, I'm not talking about federal voting anymore. There's something about the election and succession plan and the club. Is he on the agenda? We're going to visit it. All right, okay, thank you. Very serious.
Thank you very much. So let's go to point to Clubhouse. Comment, please. Oh, the report. Okay, please comment.
My president. I'm sure we all know what that means to us. Well, from our financial director, they have just informed us that we have.
There are new members among us.
Okay, for our new members, our Humanity House is targeted at our club having our own building. That we will tag Humanity House, that it will be our own building, that we can use, from time immemorial, we're talking about our meeting space not being very conducive. Part of the reason why we say we should have our own building that will be multi-purpose, a building that we can use alongside our own meeting space, our own clubhouse, and also, channel it as an investment opportunities for members. And what do I mean by investment opportunities? By looking at having a land, constructing something that we can all have and put our money like a share and then earn from it. That's what we're looking at. And towards that, a lot of us are putting our money because we believe in it. Now, let me tell you why you need to believe in that space. Well, we are all Rotarians. We come in every time. We put our money, we do SAA. The district particularly tap into us, particularly because we are money holding. They feel we are rich, we have a lot of money, and they give us assignment that drains some of our money. We're voluntarily not compulsory. So now we're saying, instead of just putting all our eggs to one basket, why don't we try and have something that we can hold end from? If you have that building, you can come together as an investor, put in our money to it, and then after earning something on it, rather than just spending. So that is the kind of what we want to use that Humanity House for. And to date, well, the last money we had was through our IPP. Up to now, I'm happy that this is the second assembly of the third. Okay, first, I'm sure at the first one, it was not but never late, here we had now. Yes, analyst, analyze how I benefit in it. We're not in a church where we say we want to build our church complex. I will sow my seed, even if I don't have money, I can borrow to sow my seed so that God will pay me. Okay? So, start out. That's the truth. Yes, my friend, let me land, please. I'm sorry about that, but I just want to, so that I don't forget what I have to say. We need it stated in black and white. I know the last thing I took away, the last assembly we had, we talked about it was that 500,000 is like a donation. They don't get to invest, blah, blah, blah. So what I'm saying here is, let's have it in black and white. This humanity house. This is how much it will cost us for blah, blah, blah. So a proper project planning. And then we can't do that. No? Thank you so much. So I just want to just press more on that. So you know why we are not, we're doing as people don't understand.
Thank you. I already mentioned that before, that's why I mentioned before anybody spoke, that we have experts in the house. So respecting for an analyst, you are repeating what I have just said. We have experts in the house. Let them be part of the stream, and then let them bring with compelling objective analysis that we all can on the key to, you know. Do you have something different to say, or yeah, okay? Is it different?
About my president, sir. No local yes, and I have had several times. Wow. They should. And I don't. Member of common equity because it is our property. If you now want to invest in it as business, you can do that. But I feel that every one of us, at least, we can have maybe people can do as much as $1 million naira. You understand? 500,000 naira and all that. So
thank you very much, Richard. Now we are making comments that should be made in that committee. We should join that committee and help. No, that's right. But oh, they are saying that they already captured your observation. That is already part of it. That's why I said if they need to put on the platform, it's still,
they don't read, they
you know,
don't read.
that everybody will understand. Okay, so we need to move forward. We get for that commission platform. Meanwhile, on the platform as we speak now, the chair of the project has posted some information that is relevant. Hello. So let's move forward. New club information update. So who will give us information on this new club formation? On the new club formation of update, I think I will call on the Council of Council Presidents, Chair, to please, because I think this is the first time the House go to be officially notified of anything in this regard. Thank you very much. My Rotarian President, I would we were informed, the council was informed of the move by some members of this club to form another club. So what we did at the council level was to set up a committee to liaise with the actors of the new club and get their opinion and advice accordingly. And that committee was headed by PEG, Kayode Owolabi FCA. So I will tell you to speak on this, but let me apologize openly that at the submission of their recommendations to the council, we were supposed to call on the president and the board and tell them what we resolved and the line of our advice to them. But the truth is, I didn't expect they would move that fast. From the report that we got and digested, we expected that it would still take a little while. I am aware that they had their inaugural meeting. We didn't know they would move that fast. That is why we haven't sent in a formal report to you as regards our advice. But as to what transpired and what we discovered they were doing and the advice we gave to them, I will call on the DG to just speak on it briefly. But just to tell you that we did encourage it, but there are so many incidents of it that were not captured that was exclusively theirs. Thank you, sir. You want to ask a question, please, sir. You want to go to Kayode to explain what has happened? Okay. I've gone ahead to explain why we didn't transmit official information to you after listening to the young men. Okay. But we didn't expect they will move so fast. Okay. So I'll take that. Okay, before we can Owolabi, before our people in Owolabi,
my question is very simple. With my little knowledge in Rotary, I think it should be the other way around. Not to the Council of Presidents, the past president before the board. It's going to be board and down to it to the Council of Presidents for advice. I think to my knowledge.
It is not our initiative, yes. We didn't initiate formation of the new club. The actors had their plans. We got to know of it at the terminal stage. And we had to call them and advise them. What we needed to do was just to transmit to you, this is the state of our affairs concerning the information we have. Okay. You understand me? We is not our initiative.
Thank you very much. I will give the floor for Dr. please enlighten us more.
Rotarian President, fellow Rotarians, I really do not understand what I'm supposed to be reporting. Yes, because our assignment was trying to resolve some issues that we had concerning the formation of that new club. Okay, and myself, Akamo, and 8 district models were given the responsibility to meet with the parties, and we did meet with them, and we reported, actually looking for that our report. We reported to the council. We expect the council share to just do back, because essentially there are two things that may concern us. One, are we going to be the sponsor of that club? Those are issues that should concern us. If we are going to be the sponsor, then that should concern the director, not the council. Two, we do not want any disaffection amongst members. And that's exactly what we try to leave in the board. And so we have done that. I think the best thing for us, in order not to cause delay, particularly because of our time, maybe the council can share our report with the president, and that will be it. As for what they are doing, they have gone ahead to proceed with what they were doing, because at this time, we actually encourage it. The more we are, the better. We are strong enough. Our concern is, are we to be the sponsor? What will be our responsibility? Let the directors, our board of directors, take decision on that.
Yeah, but you can't answer the question, the two questions today. Are we going to be the sponsor?
It's or answer. It's my part.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. See, our line of reasoning, we cannot discourage them from forming, we cannot, and we cannot even stop them. Just like I asked those questions now answered. That is why I said, he said it ought to start from you, and I said, yes. We did not initiate this. And as far as I'm concerned, I hear kind of that is not the inaugural meeting. So for me, you don't force relationships. If they want us to be their sponsor club, fine, they would have told us. The people involved, but that is they don't want us to be. That's what I'm saying. As far as I'm concerned, except people can forge, it will be credit to us if we are the sponsor club, if you can forge that relationship. But I can forge it. If the club, when they say you are the club, but if they have gone ahead on their own and they started their meetings already. But you said because of how to encourage them to go ahead. They were already having this, okay, I don't like disclosing too much. They were already having disagreements among themselves. The people that formed this club, they were already having disagreements among themselves. Does not answer the question whether the club is sponsoring it or went for was just to counsel them and then there has been trouble hands of and I can see the PJ hand of and I can see the police other hand of. Okay, if I start with the PJ, and then I will not get the two of you. Thank you very much.
As I am not aware that we have few endorsed by the DG and sent to RI. I was still with the DG yesterday. That is that they have had an that does not mean that they have a sponsor. No. What I know is that right from the beginning, they made their intentions known to some of us. And we couldn't have told them, don't do that. Because there are only three members of this club who will be in the new club. So it is at no cost to us. They are not needing our money. They are not needing us to buy. They have not approached us to say this is what we need. So, as far as I'm concerned, we are strong. Except, let me finish. I'm telling you what I know. Until when they are together. This is how a new club is formed. You started here, 6 of us. And only thing they have done, which the district governor even called my attention to, and say, why are we here? And those guys with us are behaving like that. I told him, don't worry.
there will be some mistake. And what did they do? In the inaugural meeting, they in the district responsible for their formation. The district will necessarily have to forward the application for a new club to be started to Rotary International. Governor. The governor will have been assisted by those who are responsible for new club formation in the district. They will have engaged them, they will have checked whether they are proceeding rightly, given them the necessary advice, taking care of the issue of who will be a new club advisor. They don't choose that by themselves. So they went on to present themselves like Rotary Club of Omolebori that has already been chartered. And the governor was not happy about that. And it is technically like an embarrassment to us because we are part of it. So the governor, but let's look at what solution has been provided. The governor has invited them and has spoken to them and has given them the necessary guidance. Until when they fill a form, because we are not going to fill a form for them. It is a law. So when they fill a form, and then they didn't put Rotary Club of Omolebori as their sponsor, have chosen another sponsor. But finally, one important stage that has been skipped, which may be why some people are thinking differently, is that approach the president to say Omolebori should be our sponsor. That may also be something that they have not done based on omission or not having the right knowledge. Just taking it for granted that Omolebori is sponsor, our fathers are there, they have been advising us and stuff like that. So my own advice is that let us leave it to the president or whoever the president wants to, maybe any of the past presidents to assign it to engage them and say, what exactly are you doing? And then we tick all necessary boxes and then we come back to inform ourselves. We don't need so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. First and foremost, before I ask anybody else to speak, what triggered this was the flyer. So when somebody puts out a flyer that already has a name and everything, that's alone because you our teacher mentioned that when the club is formed, you start meeting and you start, which I totally agree with that part. You have to know what you want to do, have an understanding, get your ideas right before you now come out and say you want to form a club. You don't know say you want to form a club, having an idea of where you want to go. But by the time you put out a flyer, inviting a district, and then that, things like that. If that one is beyond the immediate steps. That is an existing body already doing official things. And that is where I have a problem. So I will give the floor because your hand has been up since Rotary Adetola. But after Rotary Adetola, Rotary Abunatiri, and then okay, that's one time. And then I'll come to this end, please.
All right, thank you, my president. I clearly understood what my two pages are saying and the DGM. But my own submission is that if we have 3 members of Omolebori, that's wrong. And they did not think that they needed to talk with the maybe Council of Presidents then before going ahead. It means that they want to be on their own. You don't force a relationship. And somebody asked me that, are we the sponsor? We cannot be a sponsor of a club that, of the people that don't even recognize or have not recognized you. So let it be their decision to know who they want, which club they want on their own. We shouldn't, which I think from this house, we should answer. If they come and you want to reconsider out of emotional attachment, I don't have a problem. But I don't think they actually want to be sponsored by, I may be wrong, by Omole Golden. If they actually want to be sponsored by Omole Golden, they know. I know the people involved that I've heard. They are well knowledgeable about Rotary. So they're not children, they know what they're doing. So I think, yeah, it's been done. Things like that happen. Let's move forward and go on the matter that concern us and the progress of this club. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very quickly, please.
Thank you, my president. My take on this is that I'm shocked, number one. And I'm displeased. I'm even hurt also. And this is the reason why. We are Rotarians. There is an assumption that we are people of integrity. It is not enough to call ourselves Rotarians. We must hold ourselves accountable to the tenets that we profess or to the things that we say that we are. I think that when we continue this culture that is becoming dangerous, when we continue this culture of just giving people a slap on the wrist for behavior that is out of Rotary character, we are saying that with time, we will no longer recognize one another as Rotarians. And like I said, I'm hurt because it was an intentional process for me, Boluwatiri Ayobade, to become a Rotarian. There were many other associations that I could be a part of. My sponsor and I had conversations about what it means to be Rotarian. And this is not me saying that we have to punish. I don't believe in punitive measures for the sake of punitive. I believe in it as a learning curve, a learning process. So are we saying that in a matter of a few years, if Rotarian Khadijat, Rotarian Sandra, and the women just decide that we can actually have a Rotary club. That means that upon the Rotary, we don't give us a slap on the wrist and say relationships cannot be forced. And so therefore people can go ahead. I'm sorry, I don't get it. And I'm not saying this just because of the people that are involved. Rotary is my friend. The first time I saw it was on the district platform. When I saw it, I actually felt that because I'm not a member of the board, I wasn't carried along. So my friends was not even here. But with us as members, I was like, our president did not even tell us that they have chartered a club. So I called Jomi to congratulate him. To say, oh wow, you got a new club, I'm getting bigger, the more the merrier. So coming here now and actually even beginning to see that I feel like a god. I feel stupid. No, really. No, I don't know about that again. It's about right? It's how I feel. I'm hurt by this process. Because God tells me that you keep giving people a slap on the wrist for whatever it is. We are not holding ourselves accountable because we are a non-governmental organization. It does not mean that we should not hold ourselves accountable to the tenets of the things that we all profess. It's a pledge. Except if that entire induction process was for nothing. That's my submission.
Thank you very much. Before Governor speaks, Rotary, thank you very much for your comment. I appreciate those comments very. I also felt very hot because we call ourselves a family. Excuse me, please. Excuse me. We call ourselves a family. We have family of Rotary. And it's like, members of, it's like your children in your home. And then some just take the decision, and then the others have no clue. And all of a sudden, you are hearing from outside what is happening in your own home. And like Dr. Abolati said, these are our people. These are people we care about. She won't call one of them to congratulate. So she used the word that she felt stupid. That's a very strong word. And I thank you for expressing yourself. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, my president. I just want to ask a question, because I will listen to the past president and the council on the resolve that they are free to actually create the club. It took me a lot to convince my husband to become a Rotarian. A lot. And the reason why he allowed me was because he knows my stand, my values, and all. So it's like, okay, because I trust you as a person, and you believe in the value that Rotary is giving, you can go ahead and become one. I know the ideas he have about Rotarians, where it's coming from. It's like, he doesn't trust them. But like Rotary is different from everyone else. But seeing what's happening here, I'm beginning to question, are those values valid? Are they truly something that we can stand by? Because right now, with this case, I want to ask one question. Is there a committee that can call them to order so that other people don't throw this part and then take us for granted and then do whatever they think they can do? Because I believe that there's a bylaw guiding all of us to do things here, and it should be.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. At this junction, now I have to go to this side. So, but I want to quickly say that because, as was mentioned, there are only 3 of them that are our members. I don't know how many they are, but only we said 3 of them are our members. So, hello, one house. Go to our seat. So we cannot take a decision on the new or to engage. But as our members, I think first and foremost, the families that they are members of, first and foremost, owe us a duty to be able to explain to us that this person who is my Rotary child in my Rotary family, this is what I have had, this is what he or she is doing, and this is what I've had to do or happen. I think that's where it starts with the family units.
My president, I would have loved that maybe one of us as submissions.
I'm not a number, so
I'm saying just capital.
thank you for your, I'm not having it.
My president, I was invited to their last meeting, but I'm glad after hearing some of this things, I was not good. And the reasons began, I was glad when I saw the pictures, and it would not be fair for us to say that they do not know what, or they really know what they're doing. And it would not have made so much issues if consciously the person that is going to be their charter president is not a member of this club. Because when I saw the picture, I saw a particular person of us at the helm of affairs. And so it could not be said. And we all know what that means. That he's the one driving the process of everything. But that's not even shocking. The shocking part of it, I hardly go to the Rotarian platform. And so when I visited it of late, I saw the implicit and actually did a thumbs up. But see, what would have followed was what amazed me. So when the teacher is saying that, I saw that Tayo, TS Tayo, PTS Tayo, commented there on the same platform, the Rotarian platform. Congratulations, social person and whatever. And he responded on the same platform that thank you for all you've done for us. I followed through. And that brings to the question when the teacher is saying that the teaching, that's not in our district. That's not because of Bagada. Let's get it clear. It's not because of Bagada. So if Zion knows about the process that they're following, and the DGN, whom I feel is involved, apart from they share a lot of relationship, should even be well aware. And then that brings to question that they really do not want to have things to do with us. Let's really take it like that. That's one. It's highly established. Is there no two thoughts about that? The one again that I mean is that in the past, we've been known to feel as if those type of money holding forms drugs, and they are really not responsible about the drugs that they form. And so, if this time around, I do not think the later should happen before the former. They should have come, even if they can't come, and now, well, let's not sentiment to this issue at all. And although I don't know where Roger Gossip is talking about, your own level is different from the level we're talking about. When you talk about I don't know it's about trust, that one is another level. We are all adults here and we choose to do what we want to do. So that one is another, However, in that regard, I think that they had not done the right one. Even if we will now listen to them in any form, they need to apologize to this house before we go ahead. Thank you.
After we'll take from Mercy and then after we can understand them, we'll take the
all right, President, first and foremost, I am surprised at the outpost of some of us, because left for me, they have not done anything that would have warranted that level of process. They have not done anything that should affect anybody, even the club in any way. Wait now. The poster, maybe because I've not seen the poster, and you guys are saying inaugural. Do you understand the of inaugural? Inaugural is an organization that has been fully registered and having their meeting for the first time. Still registered. So, how do we come about inaugural? The meetings they are having are meetings that are expected to happen for some time, in members together for formation. And it's allowed to proceed for months. In some cases, it can even be more than a year. Yeah. And like I said, when I was asked to report, that was why I said, somebody about our president that we want him to be my sponsor. And we know that people cannot get themselves together and walk up our line and to recognize somebody had sponsored you. So, as far as I'm concerned, ordinarily, if it were to be those things that we are looking for clubs to shatter or if you want to have reached out to them, it happened there. We call Vincent. Even as a member, we drafted in and right. We wanted to set up a club. And so some members don't want to do on their own. The best we can do is to support, except to say we don't need your support. We don't want you to be our sponsor. You understand? All that. So I will not use the word inaugural. They are just meeting in preparation for formation. So as far as I'm concerned, and Ngosika, nothing has changed. It's just normal procedure that people get to read. I've not seen the poster. I don't know the content of the poster. that they may abuse things they shouldn't ordinarily abuse. Because if you say inaugural, you are a student of English. It must be something that has been approved and you are meeting for the first time. They have met several. So.
All right, thank you very much, thank you very much. Lucian, thank you, sir.
The President, my point is there's something that we have been advocating for a very long time. That I've been advocating for a very long time. You see, when you have process and procedures of doing things, and you follow it to the matter, you won't have this kind of surprising. You know, I have said it time and again, that almost all the clubs that we sponsor are crash programs. There's no one club that starts from the board, you are emanated from the board, with the intention of bringing in new members. Most of the clubs that we are from is either based on sentiment or because we want to get something and then we just want to make clubs together. This time around, this club in question, we have our members who are playing active roles in that club in terms of leadership. It is very, very important that if that kind of thing is going to happen, we as a club will take ownership of that kind of club. It is not, for instance, what PDS are going to just say. Thanking somebody from another district and say thank you for all you have done for us. It then means that we have the bifurcated. We don't have the full information of what has transpired. The one that we knew was the one that when we had, and you know, as leaders, we don't want to intervene and put them on a safe path. Not knowing that it's all upon underground. At this juncture, my first step, this is the club assembly. We need to spell out ways by which we form new club in this our club. It has to be a balance that, okay, we want to form a new club. This is how we go about it. Never we are taking members from there, so we can only do this. We can get it down. No, unpleasant surprise. We know that Rotary membership is like which want membership, which want to expand membership, through club commission. So going forward, my president, I want to tell members, it's not something that anybody will pay personal. It's what we want. What we are taking personal is not something of paper. It's not even only our club members. There are 50 people and we only have 3 from our club. So if you look at this, what was the difference? That's all you need to start.
Okay, thank you very much. So, next is of this advancement. Maybe just very, very briefly.
Thank you, my United President, and thank you, Past President Azam. I've raised this concern before at the board level, my president. We are in a fellowship. And I know there's a concern I log into our RI page. Most of the club were chattered. So since we are at a club fellowship, I think we should move the motion and set up a committee. Move a motion for clear move a motion. Allow me, sir. My president is concerned before in the board meeting. Move a motion for fun and how we can second members of this club to become mentor. Final So that we don't start club because we feel like it, and the club now dies a few years later. Thank you.
So I think, I know one house, please. One house, please. Council of Vice President, please. Please. So, this is a matter that obviously cannot be resolved here, but Distinguished Rotarian, just let me your ears for a minute. As far as I am concerned, considering the persons and the personalities involved in the formation of this club, they are people of Rotaract background, and every information they know, they have. If I was the money golden, even if they come tomorrow, I need to be a credit to us to be the sponsor club. If I am to act alone, even if they come tomorrow to say be our sponsor club, I will tell them no. I will tell them no, because the expectation is that the whole thing should have been generated from here. If they have the willingness, they have told one or two persons, this is what we are thinking of. And the club will encourage them, you need advice to be no robbers of members. Look for members elsewhere. And then we'll run the whole thing together. So the idea of trying to talk to them as if we should quarry them or anything, what do we need them for? Okay, they want to go, they should go. Individually, they remain our friends. I don't think there's any need for them for it's not all one. Thank you very much, sir. So my position of this matter is quite clear. Number one, we are not going to beg anybody, to recognize the club. Number two, we are going to set up a committee to put in place an acceptable process for club formation. That when they put it together, they present maybe at the next board meeting, and then it will be adopted. I think those two are my position for now. And because of how involved so many of our past presidents are already in this matter, I can only ask our IPG, who seems to still have some clean hands in this matter. So, some clean hands in this matter. And Tabajo, woman, so that is so you have something you have okay. I will call you.
The council chair.
What? Listen.
The council chair at the beginning of this matter said that a committee was set up to oversee the activities of those people that
Excuse me. But so wait, I know what you're trying to say, because when you don't ask for that's what you're but we present before you, that you will to the board. You look at the one track matter. So, suppose at the board level, we get a resolution, you bring it back to the house, that's what we say. Okay, thank you very much. You see, that is a good approach. Hello. And, that is good. But, I'm personally not very, hello. One house, please. I'm personally not very happy with the way the council has handled it so far. That's my personal opinion. That's why I wanted the IPP to look into this matter on behalf of the board. The council have taken some steps, without the club knowing. And but because now the club needs to take a decision. Hello, please, I can hear voices. I want to have the IPP look at whatever it is that they want to submit. And what we will look at as a board is what will come from the IPP.
No.
Are you okay with that?
No, not at all, President.
Why I say that is that the council had already started, in fact, they said they are coverage there. And my point is, if they had, I didn't hear any word of caution or guidance that first and foremost, you must. That's what I said for my own personal. That's what I said. I haven't get to see, but I'm only asking another past president. Who is that beside me to guide me? They're not the ones to be beside me now. My alpha and my IPP here to guide me. So I'm saying that whatever report is coming from you, I will have to look at it and then recommend to me for the board. That's all I'm saying. Not having any law in the middle of what we are doing. Because it's beside me here. You are talking already concerned you now.
It's a boxing. The advisory.
Okay, so what I've done is I've told what I need to do. Which is fine. No problem. No problem. Yes, please. Yes, please.
My President, fellow Rotarians, so far, thank you for all the suggestions and the points that have been made. Well, I just want to say something. I don't know if it's okay or I don't know. So let's see. One of the three prominent members seated here, three prominent members that form this club, this upcoming club, is seated here. Do we need to hear from him? You don't have anything to say about this?
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for that. First and foremost, the family here. Who are the three members? For what I've heard so far, your initial one is number one, because we all saw the face on the flyer. The flyer was circulated on the platform, strictly on the board and so on, and his face is there as the president. So when somebody said, that they haven't seen anything, I was wondering.
The meeting picture is on the platform. So we have intending secretary. We have Rotarian Finger, intending vice president. I think Rotarian Finger, now, but we have
secretary is very important to, maybe you should issue.
Okay, hello, please, I want us all to go to the same page. So, hello,
He's a great guy, you know, so.
saying, it's ready, I think more house, please. So, let me finish. Hello.
Sir, I'm not talking, my president. You call my name and I answer. You are the one that just said, you call my name and I answer.
So, yeah, Dr. Yanushubali is as the charter president. What we are doing is supposed to be the president vice, and what we are Yanushubali as secretary. So, what we are doing Yanushubali, please.
Wait, I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you.
Okay,
Thank you, my president. Thank you, my president, for high dignity. My president, council of presidents, past presidents, and fellow retailers. Joining this club, I take my time to learn so many things. Listening and watching quite a number of people speak and they make their recommendations and advices on this matter. You know, I've learned not to speak today, but I think I need to say something. On this matter, Lieutenant Johnny said something that let the board, which I believe is the governing body. Sorry, I said, Lieutenant Johnny advised something. I said, let the board, which is the governing body of this club, stick to this and come back to the house and give us a resolution. Lieutenant Boulwati's advice said, you know, you were mentioning Council of Past Presidents, all right, and she mentioned that they are advisory and not governing. The board is governing. Let the board meet to discuss. We have flogged this thing for over 22 minutes. So I expect that let the board meet, have a resolution, come back to the house, and then we finalize it. I think that is what my I don't think if you speak, if Rudy and should speak, we'll spend another 1 hour on this discussion.
Hello, one house, please, one house. Yes, sir.
You don't make the matter worse.
Oh, yeah.
Madam President, on what account is Lieutenant Deji going to speak on?
As a member of this club. You have to take that
Calm down. It was someone that told me that to speak, and you accepted to the fact. Why don't wasting time? Lieutenant Deji, even though he's a secretary or the soon to be secretary, it does not have the authority to speak on behalf of the club. It does not.
You asked him to speak on behalf of the club.
To tell us now. I'm saying, it's like service to us. It's a service to this house. If we even allow him to speak in the presence, because it does not have the right and authority to address us in this matter. So if they are giving you, sir, you need to remove yourself from the position that they are talking about. You are the president, but don't forget that he can that question. You cannot take the decision on your own. The council, and like I said, they are advising. Let me finish my president. They are advising, yes, it is and that is accepted. Okay. And they have brought the board what's the recommendation to you. It is not to you to talk to your body, even if it is
hello, one house. Hello, one house, please. Hello. Hello.
Hello, Rodera Osito, President is calling.
Yes. Multi-million naira meeting, prioritize on million worth of business.
Hello, one house, one house. Hello. So, excuse me, one house. Now, with our picture. So, I personally, I'm of the view that I would personally like to hear let's say one or two things. But my PhD has spoken that he congratulates me. So let me throw it to the floor. How many people want to hear this? How many people don't want to hear him? Yeah, now, those who want to hear him speak, put up your hands. Those who don't want to hear him speak, put up your hands.
Want or don't?
It's exactly the same number.
No.
Okay, who wants to hear him speak? Hold on, please. You want him to speak? Oh, only three. Only three. And those who don't want him to speak before.
Not speak. Not speak.
Very good. So do not speak. Let's move forward. Let's move forward. So the next thing on the investiture report updates. So on our president-elect to put it in that report.
Thank you very much, President, fellow Rotarian. Actually, the issue of the investiture report it's like the whole house is out empty now. Okay, let me just do this. It's very important that we know that we will soon be planning for the next investiture, but at the same time, we need to close the report of the 2025 investiture ceremony. The areas I want to point to, and it has to do with our politics. Is it the second aspect? It says, is it fair to all concerned? I remember we had a very beautiful American auction activity during that period. And a lot of money was generated, which was supposed to be for voting. Unfortunately, these were not redeemed to the club. And I've informed my president, and I've not contacted the members involved. Yes, they did not respond. So I'm like, now we're going to the field again. Is it fair to be people to praise you 1 million, 2 million, at the end of the day, you are unable to release this fund? Even my treasurer is aware of this, that I and him have had a lot of serious discussion on this. And I'm like, I don't think I should keep quiet on this while going to another field to raise funds. And people will celebrate you 100,000, 200,000, and yes, at the end of the day, we don't have the money. We are taxing ourselves every Friday to raise funds for projects. So let's see, how do we go about it?
Yeah, I'm lifting that.
Because we have a partnership.
Yeah, I'm
So I just want the club to know that as we go into another process of asking for funds for our next year's project, let's try as much as possible. Well, the names are, these are my leaders, I don't know. They are my leaders and the amount. I didn't want to use on the platform before. We should put it, okay, my PhD and fellow goal is one of them. My IPP. About 1 point something million.
That's you have not followed up on it. I will say again, that's now posting the Take comment. Now, I'm talking about okay. I don't know what it was. Yes, on this issue of like things are not why would I be saying? No, every week when people pay their money.
Well, I thought you're talking of investiture.
Yes,
Investiture, if people are not doing it. Have you followed up enough?
we have followed up and everyone.
Then look, there are procedures to this thing. Once you inform members, you are following this. I tell you, you can escalate to the next level, which is the president. By the time the president calls you, I think you should attach some seriousness to it, if we are very serious.
Yes,
You have called them. Wait now, wait. So, because for me, the position of the president is very, very important. And I always say it, a call from the president cannot be compared to 10 calls from the investiture chair. So, by the time it gets to the president calling you, you should please attach seriousness. If you do not have news, why do you pledge? Even with this weekly something, I see names, I have said this severally. Between Friday and the following Friday, you have not settled your SAE. Not good. It's not right. You shouldn't do that. Now, the investiture is over how many months now? Beyond that, the moment the president calls and there's no response, let's put it on the next level. That's the next level. Because if you don't do that, we will just be wasting our time and nothing is going to come out. Please, everybody that commits him or herself, because you have an option not to participate. Nobody is compelling at this time. The moment you commit yourself, please, for God's sake, when I address members, make sure you pray. I want to believe that you have not contacted those people that, no, sincerely, that's my conviction. If you have told myself, I'm sure they are both here. And by the time you put their name on the platform, somebody following you, are you going to be planning the person? Name on the platform. Some people, if they don't get their name on the platform, probably not react and will respond. So please, let us put this to heart. And for the West, we have some people pledging. Even our leaders are involved. They are not paid. Even leaders. For God's sake, if you do not want to pay, pledge.
Thank you very much, sir. So what we'll do is that sit down, let me sit down and the next meeting. Today is Friday. We have 1 month week. By Thursday next week, the PE will be, I will have to PE now. So by Thursday next week, all those who haven't will give their pledges. for from the investor to be put on the platform. So they have 1 week, because I know some members don't like that kind of thing.
Exactly.
And probably it is not necessary for some. Probably it is, if the, what the amount is too small for some. So, so let us give that one grace to see, to reduce that number. And those who have not done to be put on platform. This also goes for the web. Treasurer, please, those who next for the web, who haven't played, please, share this with me. My please share your own with me. And then by Thursday, if they haven't played, let us put their names on the platform for the web and for the investiture. Do you have any other things to discuss for the question? No. Okay. Do you have any comments for the investiture? Please go ahead. Okay, sorry.
See,
one house.
He said I didn't pay that money. Yeah, it's not a billion. I don't know why they are not paying.
No, not what they.
Remember that on the web, I paid 200,000, and that same day I made the payment. I do not hope if I don't have means to do something, I will not put my part. That's me. But for that one, but the president, you and me know that until you sort me out, I will not pay that money.
How was
Say it.
No,
Togo?
No, my PHO like that said I should.
Togo.
How much is that?
Let's write it down. What to write it? What to write it? What to write it?
I try to down more. I'm not on here. Hello. How much do you use the money?
It's a change. Let's stop that behind.
No, nothing's now. Oh. I know. I don't really. Okay. Treasurer, please, what's the amount you can do? It's 40,000. That's what I want to do. I don't look forward. Somebody said that it was doubling door for you to do something. We started to sort it out. I'm aware that I mentioned it. I know I'm aware that I mentioned it, and we have said some things in that regard. So if you have to start doing what you said, I'm not aware that he didn't agree to what he said. Now I see that is reason is a stumbling block. I don't like stumbling blocks. We can't do it. So I declare it's done. I'll sign it, it's done. You got to pay for it.
Who will pay for it?
I'm going to pay the amount now. I'm to will pay the amount.
Okay.
Yes, it's done. Get it done. Oh, yeah, next.
On the platform, from months ago, that was August 6th, when a report was posted as regards to investigation, I was able to find some capital things there. We were talking about the pledges, another part of it we're not talking to. We just about 29 million plus for what I depends on that report. And expenses was about 40 million plus. And the money generated from members of this club was about 19 to 20 million out of all the money. And we all know that the purpose of the investigation is to generate funds. So if members of this club contribute almost 20 million from politicians, and people that we are expecting money from, we need to give us one I ask myself a question that why are we doing over institution? If we raise that amount of money between ourselves. And our purpose of health institution is for us to generate money from outside. So as we are using our own products. So this money in the club can go that mile and generate things of such amount of money. I'm still asking myself the basis of investigation. So I want to read to this house, the incoming investigation chairman is not we have no point of meeting. No information or what have you. When that time arises, we are still likely to face the same thing. So I want you to please use your new office while you are still there. Those that will taking mantle of leadership. That to the past president to have to talk to them. Because most of them are within the age bracket. We're only talking about this my point is, well, the purpose of the investigation is for the generation of funds. So if we cannot be generating that fund, so if we can raise it, then the investigation will not have any significant.
Thank you very much. So that's why it's called investor and fundraising. That's why it's called investor and fundraising. So thank you very much for that point. So the last thing here is review of leadership succession plans. Review of leadership succession plans. So any comments on that?
I am very reluctant to make this remark, but I'm being propelled to the issue of investing at what level to review and to ask ourselves, just like yourself. But I know that going by what is happening globally is becoming increasingly difficult to be able to respond. That is just the truth. I am from an background and we have money annually, and I know that every year is becoming increasingly very difficult to respond. And so in view of that, because of the cost of executing that investiture, we may have to tone it down, except you are sure that you are going to be able to make money. Yes, the cost of organizing that investiture should really be looked into. Because most of the people we rely on outside, they are not responding as much as we expect.
Thank you very much. It is important, what you said is very important, but when it comes to, when you're having the business, that's when you be hearing that, you must do, you have a standard, you must do this, you have to really be there and not do this. So, what, you see, we can sorry, my when that committee for the next investor is formed, I hope that you will make yourself available to make it clear and to keep repeating it together, because it will be something you need to keep repeating at every instance. Because when that time comes, that's when the
of the income.
Thank you. The president is the invitee
of the income.
I can assure you that that was done this last time. And I can assure you that it cost a lot of fights, because people will tell you that this is the level of money going. You cannot go lower. So if you are not in that meeting, you need to understand. That's why I said you need to come to that meeting. And as those people are talking, because they will come and talk again next time. You two will be there to talk back to them. That's what I'm saying. If you are not there to talk back to them, and you leave only the president and the president-elect you know, incompetent and president to be the one to say it. It won't work. So I've said my own. Thank you very much. Let's move forward. Review of leadership for part of the investiture. Why don't you talk it to the committee now?
Almost 900 anyway. So,
Yes, my president, I'm sorry to delay you a bit, but I think it's something we really need to look into, and I need everybody to listen. Now, this is one of the things I've observed over the years. I need us to listen and think about it. We always have the next president, that's the president nominee, to chair the investiture of the incoming president. Now, can we think around it? My year is next year. I have people who can donate, partner with us, do 20 million. Let's be fair. I like to talk without bias. If you, as long as the president coming in now, you are the next president coming in, you have somebody who is going to partner with the club to give us 100 million. We can invite that person to the club for that project.
So what is your suggestion? I get your point.
My president, yes, I want us to think about it. I think that we're able to come out with a good resolution. I know it's something that we should think about.
What's your suggestion?
Make me forget. Suggesting now is, let's look into it and see possible vice president or whoever and share, and then the incoming member of the vice president or the vice chair of that committee. I'm just thinking out loud. Yes.
Let me let you know that the main purpose for having the incoming president be the chair is so that when vision of our year comes, they would already have experience of the things to do, the things that they can learn from that experience. It's not actually for the fundraising. Every member of the committee, in fact, every member of the club is supposed to contribute towards fundraising. Hello, if I'm an ordinary member, if I can see the newest member of the club that will bring somebody that will drop 20 million. So let us have a briefing about it. Maybe I'm distracted this thing now. Please, I'm hearing your voice is so loud from where you are. So please, how do you understand? Or thank you for raising it. Thank you for raising it. I said thank you for raising it.
I know what you're saying, my friend. No, you know that they're all members. Action, you feel like that.
Thank you for raising it, because it's something to think about. Thank you very much. Review of leadership succession plans. I know this was your input into the agenda, so please microphone very quickly.
Thank you, my president. I thought about this when my president, you say, I want you to look at me so that I know that you are listening to me. The things that happen year in, year out.
Otera Seun Ogunṣọlá. Seun Ogunṣọlá.
Yeah, I was just thinking on my own on how we can be better as a club in terms of leadership. I'm sure those that the founding members, they don't think so much. And I'm not speaking for them, but it will sadden their hearts if in the nearest future the club starts going like this, if we don't do something major that can help have a robust leadership. Leadership is the beginning and end of any organization, and if you miss it, you miss it all. I know that year in, year out, we have election for the post of the vice president, but I want to differ from that. We have a PE, we have a designate, we have nominee. Why can't they work with the current president? The success of this current president, I'm just using that hypothetically, is my success. So they are supposed to work hand in hand with the current president so that there's no lapse. A president that has been away, that has not been attending meetings, or a nominee or designate that has not been attending meetings, that does not even know the procedures or the things that have changed over time, will come to be a president and not go in disarray because it's not in tune with what has been going on. I'm sure your money going up now is not what it used to be 22 years ago.
Yes.
So if you are going to operate on what it used to be 22 years ago and you're a president today, you will miss it. So suggesting that it may not be a decision we agree to today, that instead of, you can see maybe the title that makes people's heads swell. I'm not a position fanatic. Vice President 1, 2, 3. We know that the Council of Presidents, they're taking decision on who are the people that are going to be our president in the next 2-3 years. When can they be the ones occupying those positions and working hand in hand with the current president? And then it's a seamless handing over. That's the way I see it. Some people have been vice presidents with this club. They work with their president and make sure that that president was successful. Yeah. Some people have the ambition to be president. They come with that knowledge.
Thank you very much. Now, the point you are making is very clear. The president-elect, the president's nominee, and the president's nominee designate should all have functional roles in the current year. First, that you have to physically present,
Yeah.
and practically involved in one area or the other, either project or membership or something like that, right? And it has to be those major areas that necessitates them to be around.
Yeah.
Which is where membership and students.
I don't know how you want to do it, but it's just something that came to my mind. So what the modalities can be sat back, they can sit back and think about modalities. But I just feel that would help us in building a formidable leadership for the club.
So we need a committee to think about it and recommend the positions. Those
PhD wants to say.
all right.
Lieutenant President, fellow Lieutenant, I am persuaded to make comments on this proposition, particularly because of that group confronted by the proponent of this idea. She did not only put it there, she has spoken to some of us even behind, and for me, that is what all of us should be doing. It means that she is very passionate about this club. And why did we have 3 years suspension? It's for those people that will assume to have a learning curve. But incidentally, some of them do not have that kind of time, which is very unfortunate. How we create that, and that's why we are having this kind of problem. See, DG, he has some responsibilities with the district, whether he likes it or not. He has to be there. Now, we are afraid because where is our PN? Our PN is unavailable. And in between us, it's my friend. I'm already agitated that that year. No, I'm serious. For Dr. Bakari, I have no issue. She knows her onions, whatever she puts her to give her best. Sincerely, I am afraid. And our PMD, even our PMD, we have some observations, but let's see what happens, what unfolds between now and then. But sincerely, the group of the PN, very particularly, you are not too familiar with Rotary ins and outs. So please, as the president, you need to call out and say, PN, you are not here to be found.
I thought you were agreeing with what I said, that we actually have a role. I will mention three major roles.
I'm saying that beyond that role, see, when you see particularly two leaders, and you don't see them where they are supposed to, you have responsibility. That's your role.
That's why we are saying that we should make it part of our bylaw. That person coming in should have a functional role that the person cannot but be available.
Okay.
That's what we are saying.
Maybe membership, maybe foundation, but if it is not from within for that person, it will mess up that particular role.
That might have to be before the person comes to say, I want to be president.
It will mess up that role.
Ready to
So I don't want to be somebody who thinks that I don't have what some of them will tell you is that I am getting ready for my time. And it doesn't work that.
And that's why we are saying
Yes.
this.
But my fear is giving somebody, for example, you pick classes and you say he's head of your membership. You won't have members.
We are saying that now because of the fact, if we are going to elections and people know that this person goes to the head of this, then we will be able to make informed judgment that
Whether we like it or not, there are some emotions attached election of. People do not rate people based on performance in you. Do you understand? And that's unfortunate. Campaign is not encouraged. It is performance based on physical things you have done that ordinarily should influence our decision. But the question is that influencing our decision?
Okay, thank you very much. So what you are saying that, anyways, I'm not going to say. I'm not going to say. That's why is it okay to form a committee that will look into it? Yeah? That will look into it. Because will do that they will going to get consensus on which of the I really agree that whoever that's incoming is whether P or PN or PND should have a role, functional role until the president's here. I agree with it. So I'm saying that how do we now do we just create the list the road and let the person choose, because some, like you said, some have their more towards foundation, some will function more towards membership, some will function more towards projects. So if we choose one area, it just will not function. When we say out of this three, out of this four, which one will we do? Then we know that each of those four, any of those four will be functional. So okay, so take it to the point. Okay, so it should be part of the and belong to the next board meeting. But I think some people need to do the underground work. That's why I wanted somebody to be in charge that can now bring it to the board. You don't have to do what? It's just it works. Somebody come in and say, yes, please. Sorry, you spoke. Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, can that be done here?
Oh, yeah, now. Huh?
What I'm saying is that now we don't have a full house.
Yeah.
Can this particular subject be discussed and whatever committee we want to form be taken up there?
Now.
No, not that, because where are the people?
What are you suggesting?
Let's take it to the board. You said we should form a committee now.
What I was saying was that when we take it to the board, somebody at the board needs to say, they have looked at this, and this is what we will discuss. Okay, we'll discuss at the board. Okay, not just the board.
Thank you.
Discuss at the board. And then after that, then now find the work. Okay, we need to go forward.
You know, I want to say something. I will need to take. We need to take very, very seriously. We need to take certain things very, very seriously. As it stands now, the incoming president is supposed to be the chair of the federation. There is already a group of the incoming president. A year before the president becomes president. Now, you see, becoming the president, there are a lot of things, there are a lot of plans that go into it. If we want to give role to the president, if we want to give role, those roles must be very mild and very sensitive.
You recommend now, okay, make you chair.
My chairman, I'm always ready to serve. There's no problem with that. But what I'm saying is that there is a forum that we have recommended before now. I'm sure it's just that maybe some of these are not documented. We have recommended that since we have, before then, we don't have TNT. We have two, the president and president nomination. If president-elect is care for the solution, we have also agreed that the incoming president, the other president, and president nominee, should be in charge of membership. It's not something that you want this, don't want that. No, it's something that is written. After becoming the president, you already know your role, things that you have to do before you become president. It means that you are recruiting membership for yourself. When you become president, members, and you'll be able to work with that. So we should just streamline these things. We should not say 1, 2, 3, take one or not. No.
Okay, so I agree with you that we should make sure that we enforce that the president's nominee, the president's nominee but the president is the candidates have been changed. The president elect would have been chair with the petition. President's nominee must be chair membership.
Yes.
Then president nominee designating or
No, but no, it will
vice installation. Is that adequate? Okay, thanks for that. Let's guy.
My friend, I just want to suggest. My United President. I just want to suggest from what we have said, like my past president, Owolabi has said, I think it's important to note that if you appoint someone as the president, you need people, soldiers that will do the work. Toastmaster has vice president 1, vice president 2, vice president 3. Have the chair for membership. Either the president's nominee can become vice president to supervise that chair. That way, they are working with the chair. No, it's a suggestion. Because if you as the president, as our PE is coming in, she needs soldiers that will do the work for her. If she goes and appoints someone that is not going to be available and is already president nominee, it will jeopardize our year in recruiting members for that year for her. And this is something to consider. So if we're going to say you are president nominee, but you are still going to serve in a supervisory capacity to be in charge with the chair of membership, that way the chair of membership is secure and it's just supporting to make sure that work is done. That's my suggestion.
Okay, all suggestions going forward. The board will sit on all suggestions you for.
My president,
Let me
just make a comment. My president, I will not waste too much of time. Right, so I just want to make a reference to the argument that we should have the president nominee designate as the vice chair or starting with the responsibility. Like in my own case, solution. Now, vice chair of installation. Now we have that the current president nominee automatically is the chair of the installation. The investiture. In my own case, I'm the treasurer, and saying I should be the vice, I think, and we should have it at the back of our mind that the treasury role run into the June of next year. My president, let me repeat myself. I think we should put a cap bit there. If a president nominee doesn't, it's not
making noise. I think to hear what they are saying.
My president, if a president, my
I don't tell your please leave that please. I'll go outside and talk what you want to say now. Why would you say that?
I did that and get out.
My president, what I'm making a reference to, if we should put a cap into it, if the president nominee designate is not holding a current position, I believe strongly.
Like the whole.
Yes, please. Because I would like to you, I think can be aware. So I know how much hours I need to put into this period. And I know that this run into June next year. So we should be considerate when saying the president nominee designate should also be the vice of the installation. I guess I can be part of any committee. Yeah, I'm not saying. I'm not saying that. Yes, so if it's not holding any position,
the person should remain vice president of the that is what
I don't know again whether we can exhaustively handle this matter here, but it's very important to commend the fact that somebody from the commission, Aditola, it doesn't mean again that the reason why she or PhD already commended the fact that you brought it up based on the fact that that's an issue that is again on the mind of the cross section of members of this club. I want to draw our attention to this matter from this angle. Number one is that, and that's why we have to be willing to quickly make
the decision to address it. Number one, we are having this discussion right now because for the very first time, we have a situation where a president nominee, since he emerged as president, has given us doubts to the fact that he's on the way to assuming office and start to be corrected. This is why we are having this discussion. Now, the moment somebody is elected and is on the way to play a role, that person's stake becomes higher than what it were before the person was elected. Standard. Look at this club. We have done excellent job at leadership level. To say, how do we ensure that the persons that we emerge as presidents of this club will be people who will have A as their scores in certain parameters. And those parameters included the things you have done in the club, the offices you have held, and how you have performed. It includes attendance. All of us are here seated now. From the beginning of this meeting till now, none of us will go home and say that they have not learned something about Rotary as an organization or about Omolebori. So it helps you to easily calculate the loss for those who are not here and for the collectivity of us as a club. So for me, where the work really lies is for us to be frank enough to speak to ourselves anytime we have this kind of situation in our hands and tell the persons involved to kindly sit down, check very well whether they will be able to function. I will be the major beneficiary of that. I'm using the word beneficiary because I will be president, I will be DG in 2027, 2028. And that is a time that this club needs to be in its best shape.
Yes, sir.
I'm begging all of us to please take this matter as very seriously as necessary. It's not about role. PHO have been told as said it. It's not about to give somebody. How can you? What role will you be giving somebody who is proceeding to be president? That person is above all these roles that we are talking about under normal circumstances. So let's look at it very well and be sure that our approach is going to work. We are going to be giving roles that are meant for other people to learn. So people who are already. Let's look at it very well.
Thank you very much. Hello, hello. What the DJ has said is very, very important. You are trying to solve a problem. Which hello. We're trying to solve the problem, which is that we want our presidents coming up. We want them to be active so that they are abreast and to be part of the success story of the club as it approaches their own year. Hello. So that point is clearly taken. So we'll still take it to the board with keeping in mind what the DGN has said, that the purpose is not to give them another role which they are supposed to have already excelled in or excelled in something similar, which was what made them appointed in the first place. You are the ones that appointed them. Okay? And you appointed them based on the criteria that have been set up. So, excuse me. Hello. So it was, yes, okay. Hello. Hello, Central. You are just one person. You are just one person to cause problem.
One person.
Don't say you are just one person. I'm ready. I'm going to give you. So the point is clear that we when we were voting, some did not vote for. So when we just have a few people that say, I think that not one, but we all eventually agreed that that would be our president. So the board will not listen to this case. Thank you.
My president, and fellow Rotarians, mine is also in line with the leadership pathway that we have set for. I happen to be the first PhD in this story. And now I'm the president-elect. And I remember I brought it up when the last voting year, the last board meeting, that apart from all what we have said now, I think there should be an empowerment pathway for them. I know at the district level, once you become predestined, there are certain things you do. It's not when you become the president-elect that you now go for pelts. No, there should, with all due respect, my council of past president, since you are in the advisory capacity, I think there should be some capacity building activities or measures for this leadership role that we assigned. Because I remember when I was the PND, it's only when you are being my president-elect, are we planning? Are we doing anything? I mean, there should be institutionalized programs. Yeah. If it's online, it's not that when you are going for they will now be taxing you, have you go and do courses online? That you should have been engaged. So, learning from my own experience, I think we should also institutionalize it, not just.
I know,
thank you very much. The point is very, and I know, the point is very clear. Yes, the point is clear that there should be a conscious approach towards learning. So, and the people that are already positioned as PNG, PN, so before they become PE, I know lecturer, before they become PE, they should already, if they haven't thought of it, there should be a list of something that you can give them, say, have you done this? You can do this, you can do this. Oh, okay, I didn't think of it. Let me go and do it. That's what she said. Some people may not need that thing to already go to do it, but some will find it useful. So we're asking on the council and our trainer for the year to please help us fashion out something that will help to guide them. Thank you very much. Let's go straight to AOP. AOP number 2. Yeah. Please. So I agree that I'm planning on I need to stretch.
My president, fellow please help me put most of this up. My president,
Don't you?
we have spent almost 6 hours. But to know if there is proper communication between the president and the board members, this meeting will attract to this extent. On that note, with what I meant in this year, my friends will always have each other the weekend. The both of us choose to go to this extent. There is a democracy, On matters. I thank the president. I want to ask the council to follow through. The president is expected to bring me to the ground for discussion. I think there are things that the council are doing. Discussion palatable by the ground. We are moving to the president. And that is why we are able to spend more than 30 to 40 minutes on the issue of new club. Because those people in person, they asked for the past president of this golden club. The past president of this golden club elaborated on this matter at the council level. And information reaching me indicates that the council were able to appoint one or two persons to look into the matter, of which the incumbent president, the vice president of the was in that meeting. So I was expected to put that matter to the board for discussion, but that was not done. I think the council need to let the president know his duty at that council level. And also have discussion that is not that. It's not there. No resolution or what have you, they should bring it to the board for discussion. In addition to that, somebody mentioned humanity house. I'm of the opinion that without humanity house, this time is not making it to not be achieved. And it's achievable. You can control. I like to say something that really touches my heart that time. Some clubs are not after first position, second position, or third position, and the Christmas. So I can put some essays that within this last 6 months, what we have spent at the Christmas, for support is nothing is something to be like. Big part is invested in this situation and we control our expenditure. Also, the leaders of this club need to find the president out from that to take some position or some happening matter. We should be permanent. So the president will know that it's working and not in addition to that, idea, but this president of Ghana and the new government is going to take mantle of leadership after you, and I'm the chair for the future. My experience in this one. If you don't think I will go to family without the work, I won't come about also, new members need to be permanent and on informations by valuing and the constitution of the system. Because whenever we come to this country, when we want to make amendments, those people that make that law, hey, they understand the economic situation or they understand the situation of the club before they take up with laws that occur there. When you remember, right? It as something that is not so good to them. Whenever we want to make amendments, the leaders of this club to please. For March, the president of the city rotary platform that even up to now, it has not been voted. The only one we have is the one on the panel. And presently, everyone October on this, we have marked this one for Agro Branch Office. I like to. But the constitution which I needed the past president should please help me. In our bylaw, I quote, not assembly. Says that the clerk at least sometimes in the hand. That at least assembly I need a title of the past presidency. Something back home.
Yeah, me mobile, why?
Fly, October to December. Sorry too much, and the last one is going to June. One line, in the last, during the election period, we look at it that the peaceful assembly ought to have failed before now, and that was why the proposal was moved. That quarter, should it be that 3 months? Should it be in between? Anytime we don't support. Anytime we don't support that. And what do I mean by that? Mathematically, you could say July to September. Anytime a question has stated like this, first quarter means anytime we give us 3 months. That is what. I can't be granted. That is not to far. No, and I working on that assembly expecting of the last person. I'm talking about assembly, not ball, not assembly. I'm talking about assembly. Last October, July, August, last Friday of September. And we also and in addition, we can do one or more within that same quarter. Because the first minimum of you can even do more than 4. Other than September, you can reach out the license and you know the license. Something that will come out, that will need to provide that you know. Fine. That was solution. Excuse me.
have vital matter to discuss. I should not be on, I just not be there.
Okay. So, let's move forward, please. Let's talk them.
All right.
Why are they harassing? Have you not eaten? Have you not buying?
Okay, so, I don't know. Somebody has to call, I don't know.
Hi, good evening. Next quarter.
Hi, Rutram Muslim Saro. Okay. Hi, Rutram Muslim Saro. I'm seconding the motion to move for the adjustment of assembly to the next quarter. Yes.
Launch, President.
So,
Launch.
to all of us, how to
Let's
thank-
say, wait a minute.
Hey, how to thank India in particular for taking time to speak with us, and the law past president,
All members.
how to thank every single member, I know, how to thank every single member of our, actually, one of us, one of us that have been here. Okay, thank you for taking out this time, for sacrificing your time, for the presentation that we have. Look forward to the minutes